Yeah, I understand. I understand, Tony.
Testing. Okay, cool, that works.
First Nintendo 64 games were
Rip.
Hello there.
Perfect Dark and
Hey,
no, not Perfect Dark. I think it was
Wait, I
Mario
need to
Kart
open up
64.
Crusade.
Yeah, I played there's a Mario 64 game and I believe Smash and Perfect Dark. And the only reason I played the N64 games
Up
was
the password.
because of my neighbor. I was very close friends with my neighbor and he had a Nintendo 64 system.
You know, I actually remember when Smash Bros. Came out. I
I
really
made
loved
so
that
much
commercial.
I made so much people rage with Mario Kart.
Dun, 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 dun.
No. Mario Kart
Wait, what?
64, the battle mode is a friendship killer.
It is. It was. I've made so much people upset with that.
I can't believe you've done this.
I've nearly ended friendships
fuck.
with Mario.
I can't believe you've
Mario
done
is a
this.
friendship. Mario is a plumber, but he can't fix the leaks in people's friendships.
Oh, you know what's an even bigger friendship killer? Mario Party 1.
No, I never.
Oh,
No, I
dang.
don't actually like the Mario Party games.
I actually used to rent that from, get this, Blockbuster.
And remember the VHS
Oh wow, I
tapes,
remember
y'all?
that.
I don't know what
Cassette
you're talking
tapes.
about.
My first computer game, I tell you, my first computer game was freaking Age of Empires Gold Edition.
My first
Dude,
piece.
that was one of my first PC games.
No,
That was one
my
of the first
first
ones I
PC
ever
game.
bought.
My first
I think that was
PC
mine
game
too.
was Kill Crush Destroy.
Nope, I'm sorry. No, my first PC game of all time was MechWarrior 2, and I had to boot up in MS-DOS.
Wait, which one was that, Achilles?
MechWarrior 2.
Warrior 2.
Oh,
Oh my
man.
god.
You had to,
Yeah.
you literally had to command prompt start it.
Nah, my dad was really into strategy games back then, so Tech Priest muted himself as he fangasms in the background.
Can you blame him?
Big Warrior 2! And he just mutes himself because so you don't hear him like
Sorry, I
scream.
had to tell it to my dad because he's a big fan of it.
Oh my god. Hey dad, this one friend on TeamSpeak has played.
No, not just any friend. The guy who I've been working with for I don't know how long.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah, I think my first PC game was Kill Crush Destroy. I believe was Red Alert 2, StarCraft, and Empire Earth. My first PC games were strategy games.
So in order, MechWarrior 2 was the first game I ever owned. After that, I owned fuck. I actually gotta think about it. I can't remember what I had first. If it was Age of Empires Gold Edition, or
Yeah, buddy.
or if I owned Earth 2150 first.
2150. That was the game I was trying to remember at one point. The 2150. Yeah. Somebody had told me about that game.
Everybody say hi, White Baron, because he just said Happy Great Horned Rat Day.
What's up, White Baron?
I was very confused when you
Roll
said
for
white for a second. I thought I was in Sev's. Oh, I thought for a second I was still in Sev's server, Sev's Dinch. I was like, wait, why you talk? Oh wait, no, this is not that community.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how are you guys doing today?
Doing all right. All set.
Eh,
All right.
You?
not too bad.
I have final presentations and I got an exam to study for Saturday, but otherwise after that my semester is over. Hallelujah.
Nice.
That's very nice. So, I'm sure if any of you guys are watching this stream, you have figured out that we're probably doing another one-off because I have 3 important characters or players who are otherwise indisposed today because fuck the holidays. So,
Yep.
in an effort to kind of help with that, thank you, Jackal, for your subscription.
Problem.
There we go.
Frickin' Leroy.
Also, can somebody link can somebody
Um,
link me back to Orbita Crusade thing because I am using Windows Edge today because Google Chrome has decided to kill itself.
Anything
fun.
new?
pay F
Google Chrome
for,
is
pay
kill
F for
itself,
respects to Google Chrome.
because every time I try to turn it on, it goes oh snap. And I tried uninstalling it and reinstalling it. It hasn't worked. I've tried hard cleaning it. It hasn't worked. So at the moment, I'm stuck with Windows Edge. Right now, I don't have my links. So if somebody has the Oracle Crusade link, that'll be appreciated.
Somebody can
And
provide
I
me
only
link, please?
hope I remember my password. Only hope I remember my password.
So anyway, yeah, we're doing another. Okay, still tells me it's too large. So we will not have music today because all the fucking music I have apparently is too large for my music bot to function.
That's what she said.
It's okay.
Anyway,
About be rebellious.
so for today's one shot, it'll be a 2-part episode. Today's episode will be the starting of it, and we'll complete it next week, just after Christmas. So,
Okay. Should be there in time.
I mean, just after
Before
Christmas,
we
like on the Sunday after
before.
Christmas, basically.
Before we start, I have questions to ask because I believe I've missed 2 sessions, 1 session.
Well, one session was a one-off, so you're fine on
Actually,
that
both
one.
were one-offs.
Oh, really?
We've been doing
All
one-offs
the
since
one-offs.
yeah, we've been doing one-offs pretty much since
Beginning of
Thanksgiving.
December.
Yeah.
Brief summary: the first one, we fought a bunch of Tyranids. Tiger blew himself up.
That's
Second one, we drove a tank
I
through
was
the
there for
middle
the
of the
Tyranids.
town.
I was there for the Tyranids.
Liru shot Achilles with a battle cannon. We took out a bunch of buildings and some defilers.
Yep.
Liru shot Achilles with a battle cannon.
That's actually true. That is factually correct.
that sounds amazing.
Poor Steve. Poor Steve.
Oh, excuse me. No, it wasn't Leroy, or excuse me, it wasn't Frank. It was Steve. It was Steve's backstory.
He shot
backstory.
Achilles with
He
the
shot Achilles.
shot the Primarch with the fucking battle cannon Lehman Russ.
The Primarch is very big, to be fair.
Keith
Boy.
had bad luck with grenades.
I'll catch
So-
a grenade.
So is it canon or not?
No, these are all canon.
These are all canon. Okay.
Every one-off that I have told Hituni and I have told Tech Breeze, and I'll tell you guys I plan on every single one-off that I do to be 100% factually canon to our story. They may not be sequential to our story, but they are all canon. They all play a part. So, I hope you guys have good memories. Because just because we do a one-off does not necessarily mean that it does not impact the greater campaign.
Oh no.
So, today's one-off, if you have watched stream, is the Sanguinala special.
Yay.
Again, we're rolling the clocks back, but only just. We are finding ourselves still aboard the flagship Emperor's Endowment. It is one of those rare instances where you guys actually have downtime. The Space Marines, of course, are in their chambers. The Space Marines are in their chambers, of course, as well as the rest of you are in your barracks. And hunger takes you. As it's been a while since you guys have last ate, and last had some downtime, and with nothing announced to you on how to actually, play with your time that you now have, I would say that all of you would find yourselves coming to the communal mess hall that makes up a large portion of the ship and supports the entire ship's crew and their garrison and complement in their, should we say, caloric intake needs. Additionally, there is a rare sight of the Primarch watching the horde of masses of humans and his beloved Astartes go to and from the mess hall, each one eating their fill, leaving. This time, however, is a little bit different. This is the season of Sanguinala for all of you, for all of the Imperium. And while many of your fellow guardsmen around you are sitting there exclaiming to the greatness of this time of year, the Primarch, however, the helm that he is, does seem to be uneasy, as though he may or may not understand what this time of year really actually represents. I now open up to you guys. You find yourselves in the mess hall. A much better than usual, and by much better I mean it actually seems to be real meats and real vegetables aboard the ship that you guys are being served today. It is actually far more above the level of edible than it usually is.
So the food's pre-cooked.
The food does seem to be cooked and very good.
Okay, what the hell happened? Something's wrong.
Who died?
There's a lot of Steves.
So Goms basically claps his hand, rubs his palms, and dove for food. He grabs a tray and basically starts trying to get as much meat as he could.
Of course you will.
The
right
attendant
behind
who is serving you your food stops you before you grab too much.
I rolled. Can I roll a what is it? A stealth check? I believe.
You're in the middle of a line. Okay.
No.
You know what? Yes, you can roll a stealth check.
I'm short.
Minus 40.
I'm short though. That's a thing.
Roll a stealth check with a minus 20.
Oh boy.
He's gonna pull it off.
The rest of you find yourselves in line, getting served real food, real gravy, real vegetables, real potatoes. It's holy fucking shit. Are you kidding me?
It's Gums, what do you expect?
That's with the minus 40. Alright, Gums, you managed to take a little more than 1.5 servings for yourself.
Yeah, and Gums basically goes off to a hopefully non-occupied table with his gains.
So Keith, I'm guessing you must be thinking like I'm thinking, that we're gonna be thrown into some... Oh, sorry. Down to that.
Much better.
I'm guessing we're gonna be heading into some real shit, aren't we, today?
Well, it's the Imperial Guard. We get that on a daily basis.
Yeah, I'm talking... True, but I mean, like, more than usual.
Now that I do agree, but on the other hand, it is Sanguinala, the absolute minimum, so it
Well,
might be okay.
Oh, in any case, I'm gonna take...
What?
Go ahead.
We might get lucky with just a quiet day of food, R&R. But yeah, we're the Cadian 700th rolling alongside the Myrmidon Legion. I'm not expecting things to go that quietly here.
Since when does it ever?
Yeah.
I have a plan.
Alright.
Frank,
go
What do
ahead.
you see
Frank.
around here, guys? You see what? Just make an observation. What do you see?
Roll me a perception check.
I'm gonna. Because why
Okay.
not? Dadgummit.
You guys see the ever excuse me, the ever expansive throngs of the Imperial Guard, alongside with a few of the phalanxes of the Myrmidon Legionnaires, as well as the Primarch standing off to the side, arms crossed in front of his chest.
See, I'll tell you what I see, guys.
Oh no.
And you guys see
I see a massive amount of people in here. Don't you?
Yep.
As well
What I
as
don't see
Uh-oh. What?
high-level pillows.
God
Oh,
damn it. you-
dadgummit.
God damn it.
But guys, if everyone's here,
Frank, I'm gonna
What does
stop
that
you
mean?
right there.
No. This gets to the good part, okay? There's less people guarding the pillows.
Frank, I'm gonna stop you right there. For the sake of you not getting yourselves killed, I need to stop you right there.
Hey, did I get killed last time? Did
Frank,
you get killed
just
last time?
just so you remember, this is before the pillow searches.
Long
Oops.
before.
Yeah.
This is at least a few weeks beforehand.
I'll avoid that entire conversation.
All I'm saying is we could look around and find something. I don't know why, but it'll be something.
Frank, what is
You-
it with you and pillows lately?
You know what? Have you ever gone to bed and found you have a normal... Well, I gotta quiet down. A normal pillow that doesn't support your head right. What if you could find a better thing to rest your head on, okay? It could be a fluffy pillow. It could be a soft pillow. It could be a Soroteris' rack. I don't know, but I'm gonna find it, okay?
I think he's been sleeping a bit too much, that he's developing an art of sleeping.
I'm not gonna argue that last point, but every other option
We are
is
in
a pillow.
agreement. Hey. There's soft stuff, and you can find it, okay? Just gotta look around. Just gotta be perceptive. You just have to make sure it's not a space marine that might use you as a toy.
You have a weird thought process, Frank.
And everyone's named Steve. What do you think is gonna happen?
Fair point. Yeah, I keep
So-
forgetting you call everyone Steve.
While you guys are in the line, going through the queue of for getting your food and stuff, you hear the instant marching of heavy armored boots upon the floor. Now
Hey,
comes
the
in
angels.
another yeah, right. In comes in another phalanx of Adeptus Astartes, led by the chief apothecary, Vakin, where you don't know if he's the chief apothecary, but you do know that he is at least ranking enough where other people listen to him, Vakin, and the resplendent Reclusiarch Tiger.
And that's how I lost my lower jaw.
Is
Is
this
this
me?
you just trying to dissuade from the fact you took all of my Hellenic in wine yesterday in preparation for this event, Reclusiarch?
Look, where that wine went is honestly a mystery, and I'm not sure how you can pinpoint it to me specifically, when at least two other brothers helped me out.
Let's
It's
see, still got a
would've-
bit of the buzz going there, Reclusiarch.
It's just me or there's more space marines than there normally is?
It's a holiday. Keith waves over at the their normal space marines. How's it going, gentlemen? Word from Kalen? The dreadnought guy?
They're just gonna stare at you coldly.
Yeah, we're all gonna see.
Are you guys with helm or without helm?
Maybe they mean Space
Currently,
Marine
as we
without.
walk in with, or at least me specifically. Some
Your
the
other
people
battle
said
brothers
that
would
too.
probably be helmed until they sit down. Depends upon how you want to lead your phalanx.
Yeah, we'll keep our helmets on until we sit down. Actually, start to get some food.
Okay. So you guys begin kind of shoving your way in line, completely not dissuaded by the fact of grumbling guardsmen, grumbling by the fact that the Astartes always give favored treatment for some odd reason aboard a Legio flagship.
Right.
No, it fits with the ambience.
It actually does fit with the ambience. I, for some reason, do not have dining hall or anything of that nature kind of sounds for this for some reason. It actually really bothers me. But anyway, you guys shove your way in line. You're provided with extra helpings of food because of your much higher caloric intake. And you take notice of your Geneforged father, who who is standing off to the side. Again, completely helmed, so you can't really see his facial expression, but seems to just be watching the throngs of masses of humanity.
Is it just me, Reclusiarch, or do you get a feeling that the Primarch... Well, he's always like that, but is a little more grumpy today.
It seems so, yes. I wonder why he's not, joyful of Sanguinus Day.
Yes, I mean, he does seem like a person who would enjoy the events which transpire on Sanguinala.
Maybe you should go over and ask him, Apothecary.
As you guys sit down with your trays of food, plates of food for the guardsmen, you, by chance and by the glorious fates of the game master, sit down close by your assigned guardsman squad.
So, continue your story, Reclusiarch. You didn't fully finish.
Yes. So anyway, after the rhino had crashed through the wall, one of the berserkers had climbed up on top of the hull and started revving his chainsword and firing his bolt pistol into the air. Interestingly enough, there was most of them had to come out the back, where the rhino usually sits people. But this man had apparently decided to forego the stormbolter, like an idiot that the Chaos Astartes seemed to be. So I tackled him, and we fell over the other side.
Didn't we lose brothers Anthemos and Nikos during that battle? Remember the ones that always would mark weird things on their armor in semblance of how many berserkers they killed?
Yes, it seems that they had decided to count the numbers. I've decided to stop doing that ever since I lost count at about 200, about my 1000th year in service. So yeah, but
Yes. It did surprise me. Your armor started looking worse than mine.
at some of those points, yes. But unlike yours, mine was at least at some point repaired and brought back to, if not pristine, well conditioned.
Guardsmen, you do overhear this battle, and if you guys are unfamiliar, or players, if you're unfamiliar with the traditions of Sanguinala, it's not just in honor of Sanguinius only. It also is in honor of great deeds done in the service for humanity and the Imperium at large. It is by tradition to tell stories of great deeds, either done by oneself or by witness. And all of you do overhear the Space Marines storytelling.
Something of a Veterans Day kind of thing.
It's almost like Veterans Day, yeah.
I do partially remember one event. It took place far long ago. I can't fully remember. Where's the Primarch around here? I'm gonna look around.
Yeah, do me a perception check, plus 20.
When I fail this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
If you fail
I
it,
can make
then,
a stealth check.
I mean,
You can make a perception check.
You just don't
Oh,
notice additional
plus another.
information.
Do I get plus another 20 because of heightened sense?
Sure, why not? You can add plus 40.
Rolls a 100.
Holy shit! Vakken, you see
Rolls
through
an
time
89,
and
that's very
space! You see the meta of the world. Yeah, you see the Primarch. He's moved around a little bit. He seems it looked as though he had greeted a couple of the other Phalanx captains, polemarchs. As the tradition of the chapter goes, legion goes, whatever. He is a bit closer to you guys, if you wish to address him.
Primarch. Primarch.
He looks in your direction.
Do you remember the event which took place back then on that Pharaoh world? The one with the skunk, the things with tails that shot acid?
He cocks his head and begins walking your way.
But no, Reclusa, it was a Pharaoh world. Our brothers were present. I don't even think I was the chief apothecary at the time. But it was me and brother Ignatios and Mahalis. Out on a
sorry about that.
slight patrol on the outskirts of the headquarters at the time, when these things that smelt really bad, the fumes even got through the respirator, choked poor Ignatios to death. But before his full death, he actually jumped on the thing with a crack grenade. It's not really beautiful, but it was quite hilarious.
Yes, the lesser known maneuver to the melt-a-bomb suicide jump. Yes, yes.
Expending
remember
one
it,
life in
Primarch?
dismay. I don't remember that particular legionary. However, I do remember that miserable planet. Wasn't even sure why my father decided to send us there.
Yes, there wasn't even much for us to do. It was just random feral beings.
Apothecary, why do you tell tales like this?
Are you not aware, Primarch?
Aware of what, Inclusio?
Sanguinala, the event, the day upon the once per imperial standard year, that we within the chapter and various chapters, even including these godsmen, celebrate deeds of respect and sacrifice, just like the one which the angel committed in the past.
I see. In some sort of remembrance holiday. I was wondering why the mess kitchen had decided to reward everyone with week-long extra rations and expending such exorbitant amounts of money simply for what seemingly was a celebration of somebody doing their supposed job. Nonetheless, tell me more of this Sanguinala.
Oh, what would you like to hear about it, Primarch?
Well, what other traditions are there to be had other than gluttonous intake of overly priced food and the exchanging of stories of deeds far in the past?
Well, obviously I don't want to use the word, but as it is condemned upon this ship, we don't celebrate much of what those upon the planets do. I have heard words of godsmen giving, what are they called again, Reclusiac? Presents?
I believe something.
Yes, but I've heard recently that that was shut down and the commissars got involved with a new thing they called secret commissar. I may be misgiving.
Giving of
I
gifts on a
remember-
regular day. I only thought that the wolves of Fenris and their chapter master Logan Grimnar were the only ones who did that.
Well, you know how the godsmen are. They find any instance of getting new things for them to mess with and most likely misuse.
You.
Hey!
You, Godsman, do you also participate in this Sanguinala?
That's Keith, right?
It's
Just
to
kind
all
of
the
motioning to
guardsmen.
all the guardsmen. By the way, Gums, do you devour all your food?
Duh.
Can you go ahead and roll me a 1d10, please?
Uh-oh. That's Wendy.
Oops.
That's a
Yeah.
1d 110.
Roll a 1d10. Alright, gets a
He gets-
68.
You gain
Same
you gain
thing.
another 8 more pounds. Please notify. Indicate that.
You'll
He's
lose
gonna be
half of it
too.
next time you go to the bathroom.
The Primarch kind of looks down at the diminutive form of Godsman. Perhaps you would want to not intake that much food.
Well,
Gum
What I'm
basically
saying
rises
is-
from his food and like raises a fist and gives a loud belch into the fist. It's all right. Us ratlings, he pats his belly. We have fast metabolisms.
and you can't get taller than
Indeed.
that.
So, Godsman, do you also participate in this Sanguinala?
Oh yeah, we all do. To some extent. Some more than others. I mean, anybody got any stories for their own, or what?
Reclusiac. I have an idea.
That's awkward. Oh no.
Reclusiac.
What is it, Apothecary?
So, I have a deal for you.
Hmm,
There's
oh
some
dear.
wine, Helican wine, back in the armory that one of the brothers has been keeping for himself. Let's us have the Primarch tell a very long story, because you know how he gets when he tells stories.
Yeah.
Have him distract all the godsmen, and of course all the other Astartes would want to listen. And during that period, we go ransack the wine.
I'll send my serf. He is very adept at this type of raids. I've trained him well. While I also, help distract the Primarch, and in then doing so distract the brother who has hid the stash.
Primarch,
Yes, my son.
while you are sitting here with the rest of us, and of
Looks
course
at
you have these
himself
gods.
as he's not sitting.
It's I'm gonna pretend. Well, excuse my use of words, but as all the other starters here, why don't you tell us? Since you don't know of it, your first time participating in Sanguinala, it would be a historical moment upon this start of this crusade. That you tell us of your past and your stories. Many of our brothers, besides me and the Reclusiac, don't know much of your past.
Very well. Well, if that is what you wish for this completely arbitrary holiday, meet me back in the Astartes quarters, all of you, as he motions to the guardsmen and Adeptus Astartes. Meet me back in the Astartes Great Hall, and I shall regale you with a story of our legion's past.
By the throne, Reclusiac. I made a mistake. He's going to
It's-
get in the way.
It's okay. It's okay, even though it's next to the Great Hall. I have utmost faith that they will be able to sneak out of there as long as we keep them busy. Just make sure to invite the one who has it stashed to the Great Hall with us.
I will make quick haste to inform him of what shall happen.
Alright. So, you all have about an hour to do with what you wish as the Primarch walks off toward, well, basically out of the hall, and you assume probably towards the Astartes section. And give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I just need to grab my notebook.
Yeah, sure.
We wanna be in the sky.
I'll admit, I was
in the
kind of
sky. Huh?
I was kind of surprised nobody else had a story in mind.
Do you want to hear Gums talk about his adventures of stealing food from old poor people?
Nah, fair point.
Do you want to
Good
hear?
grief, Gums.
Do you want to hear a story about how Gums basically 360 no-scoped a wild animal just to consume it?
I sincerely doubt you did a full 360 no scope, but
Bad.
depends on the creature. Then
You
again,
really want to hear that Gums ate a whole catachan?
Okay, that's a bit heretical.
That's
Gums
John
just
punches Gums in the arm pretty hard.
catachan.
Got my notebook.
Catachan just hunts in the jungles, and in the jungles just being hunted by Gums as Gums gets
The,
hungry.
The apothecary is going to take his leave and head to the apothecarium to help the other apothecaries in their making of the Sanguinala special chemical cocktail, and make sure they are specifically placing the highly flammable warnings in the right place.
Good
Huh.
grief.
Okay, so I have my handy dandy candelabra notebook. Is there anything else that you guys wish to do with your 1 hour of prep time?
Anybody else? Anybody take a guess at? Sorry.
Use your words. Use your words.
Would anyone believe that I'm a 1/8 Krieg?
No.
What's a
No,
creek?
because I don't think that's
Wait,
possible.
would I know that? What's a creek?
Actually, it's very possible, but
Oh, huh.
Would I even know what's a creek?
If you're a Krieg, you would be more stubborn.
1/8 Krieg. Very small
Gums, you're
portion.
probably the only one that can't be 1/8 anything except for Rattling.
No, I'm asking what I
He's-
even know what's a creek.
Gums is just-
The Rattling
I
genome
know
is
that-
actually a recessive gene, so you had to be 100% Rattling.
No, Achilles, you misunderstand. He's 3/4 food.
Well, that's true too. I do know that he's like, 1/2 blueberry because he's about to become that same rotund.
I mean, hey, it just needs to be used as a tank shell.
She's a cannibal.
I was about to say that.
I was gonna say- I was about-
Astartes just lunch. Like everybody runs out of ammo, so your Astartes like last plow is just lunch Gums.
I mean, I would
Anybody
say.
ever seen Ben 10?
It
The one with the alien
that went sideways. That show went sideways quick.
It started
Okay,
off
moving
strong
on.
though. Anyways,
What's up, Ben?
sidetrack.
There's only Steves. Don't bring up such heretical names to this table.
What about Jeff?
Jeff,
But Frank, what about Jeff?
We don't talk
Name's
about
Jeff? I don't know. We don't talk about Jeff.
Nobody talks about Jeff.
Jeff. Jeff doesn't exist.
So back to Exorcist being 1/8 Krieg.
How's it going, Bible?
Oh god, that German. I think. I don't know. Some foreign language I can't read at all.
Yeah, I never really learned the language much myself, but apparently it's what.
It's basically good
at
day,
least
my friend.
Okay. Anyways.
Yeah.
Suffice,
so if,
suffice to say, it's the reason I tend to favor close combat, or at least the current reason.
Can I be a recessive gene of a Katachan?
No.
You're a Katachan, you have a shotgun and a sniper.
I mean,
Dadgummit,
What the
Tech.
fuck?
It's anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
Anyway.
I mean, if you
So-
want to hear this, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you want to hear what I got, at least the family legend, so, as it is, I'm up for telling you. You just got to make sure you're listening.
We are indeed listening.
Okay, sorry. Anyway,
Everybody listens closely, intently, hanging on your every word.
Roll for perception. Minus roll.
succeeds. They're all asleep. Anyway, apparently
Roll for
goes
exciting.
back to where my grandpa Joe, his regiment was out working with I think it was the one of the Acadian siege regiments, rare as it is. Ended up getting deployed alongside another Krieg regiment, one of the rare assault regiments, if you can imagine it. Anyway, they were hunkered down in what I remember to be what was it? I can't remember the planet's name, but as you might expect, it was an absolute mess. Mud everywhere, rain, blood, guts. Pretty sure, isn't it? A couple of heretics now and then. The usual
You were
stuff
conceived in a
get.
battlefield? Is that what you're doing? Are you conceived in a battlefield? Is this what it's going?
No. This is my great grandpa, right now. It's apparently.
So
it's
your
how
grandpa was conceived in a battlefield?
Hey, calm down.
Comes, let the man finish his fucking story.
I admit I'm not the best storyteller. I do apologize for that. But anyway,
God,
my grandpa was out on patrol, as most of us Cadians were, and tend to do, at least in trench lines. Apparently, he came across a series of bodies just kind of strewn across the trench floor and walls, and even on occasion a ceiling, because I guess they just had roofs in some of those trenches. He and his squad were moving in nice and quiet, but it didn't take long to figure out that these were actually the bodies of the enemy. Can't remember if it was heretics, orcs, or something else. Might have been orcs, actually. But anyway, what they came across was something that was altogether terrifying, but also apparently intriguing to Grandpa Joe. A Krieg woman with a trench club smashing
Krieg
a
has
green
women?
skin. Apparently so. I'm confused, but I'm confused by this too. Just, wait.
Gun waves his chicken bone, encouraging him to continue.
I don't remember the exact details, but apparently Grandpa Joe was the only person to say, "Now there's a woman worthy of the Emperor." And lady took, boy. Grandma, what was it? Grandma.
What grandma do you have?
She dang near killed the guy, honestly, because she was just hopped up on smashing people's faces in, apparently. And then it turned into a duel between her trench mace and his shovel. Went back and forth for what felt like a couple of hours. At least that's what it... Maybe it was a couple hours, minutes, I can't remember exactly. But eventually, when the fighting finally stopped, she took off her helmet, landed one right on his face, and no, I don't mean a close combat strike. And
What
just
are you talking about?
suffice to say they were inseparable from that point on. First in combat, and then, well, they tied the knot by some
Guns
miracle.
basically frowns and tries to count, like he raises up his hand as he chooses his bone, just trying to like count down the sequence of events that comes to Keith's conception, basically. After a while, he just gives up. He got lost somewhere.
Great
He just goes back
grandpa.
to chewing-
It's about
goes back to
4
chewing his
generations
bone.
back. 3-4 generations back. But yeah, after that, it kind of became a tradition to just have at least one member of the family dedicated in close combat.
So do all your family fight before they conceive?
You know, as weird as it sounds, I have to remember that it does usually begin with a fist fight, end with that. Yeah.
So Gums basically raises his hand and like tries to do a countdown again. How old were your parents, Keith?
My parents, jeez.
7.
Well, when they got hitched, they started it. I mean, from what I remember, they usually wait till after they tie the knot, or at least get the paperwork handed in before they get down to doing the emperor's work, quote unquote.
But how old were they when you were conceived?
Yeah, they were still in their 20s, the absolute minimum.
And your grandparents, when they were your parents were conceived?
Hard to say. Could be 30s, 40s.
Gon tries to count down the math and like all of characters like an algebra. It's like a trigonometry equation going in his head basically. I tries to connect the dots. So how old are you?
I am 27.
Yes.
Why?
So once more, Gums uses his hand to count math, and he looks around the table. And then he looks. Wait, would Keith's comrade will be around? That's a general OOC question. Would Keith's comrade be around the table?
I think so. Yeah.
Your comrades are with you. Basically, there's still bunches and tons of people in this hall.
Okay.
But more or less, you guys are together. The usual squad.
Okay, so Gums will basically look towards Keith's comrade Caitlin, was it?
Madmarker, Tiger, and Apothecary fucking.
Yeah, if you look to the comrade, looks to Keith, does the math again.
Plus 20.
I'm gonna roll that.
And at some point, something flicks in his head, and he just wags his chicken bone at Keith. I see, and he goes back to numbing on it.
Tiger, while Keith is telling the story.
Oh Jesus Christ!
And holy fuck, Vakin with like a
big brain.
Yeah, with a keen mind and a mastery for attention to detail. While Keith is telling the story, towards the end of it, you realize you're edging close to the 1 hour mark. The Primarch told you to meet him in the Great Hall.
We are currently
Tiger, you too, except Vakin knows by the exact second.
No, millisecond.
Millisecond, whatever.
Gotta get it correct.
Say that. How long?
You guys are so Tiger. You can kind of memorize. Too much caffeine. You memorize, or at least can figure out that you're edging close to the 1 hour mark. The Primarch told you guys to meet him in the Great Hall. Vakin can tell you by the very nanosecond how close you guys are to that 1 hour time.
Do I know if the guardsmen are still in the cafeteria?
Yeah, they're with you. At least nobody told me that you guys were getting up. So.
Okay. Well, alright. I would just, then while listening to them and the brothers' conversation, I was doing something like, not kinda not listening to them while also planning a raid in the background. It's fine, whatever. But as I realize it's coming close, I'll nudge the guardsman and the guy who owns the stash and be like, we should probably go to the Primarch. He is soon to be waiting for us.
Otherwise, you guys can continue.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
All in all, yeah.
Yes. He just wags his chicken at Keith and give like a subtle wink.
can talk as you walk.
Yeah. I mean, heck, if we're all on the way over to the Primarch, I'm not going to stop anyone. But Keith goes, anyway, that's just the story of how I'm one of the Cadians with the blue eyes instead of purple, and an exceptional inclination towards close combat. And also why I keep making trench clubs during the survival courses.
And here I thought you were just stupid.
Frank, Steve seems to be quieter than usual.
Well,
Smarter than
that's
Frank.
'cause, I know why. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just gonna pet Steve's head and go, all right, calm down. I know what you're thinking. Stop it. Steve would look up at me. Stop it. Steve would place a hand on Frank's cheek. Stop it. And Frank would grab Steve's hand and just put it back on his shoulder. Or that would be awkward. No, his knee. Stop it. Thank you.
Frank?
Don't message. No, fuck English. Don't mention sexual shit around Steve, okay? Steve gets concerned. Steve doesn't know where babies come from, and I'd like to keep it that way. Because if the Steves start breeding, we're all in trouble. Ow! Fuck Steve!
Alright, it's time to walk away from that.
Yes, me and the recluse
Good
are
idea.
gonna
Tiger just walks faster.
head towards the.
The Space Marine just starts to walk faster.
Before
Yeah,
that, I'm gonna look behind and kind of ask. I'm going to presume you guys don't know the way to the Astartes quarters that well, so if you wish, in the faith and belief in Sanguinala, I'll offer you a once-in-a-lifetime experience to follow me.
What's a quarter?
I'll
Frank,
tell you on the way there.
Okay.
Lead the way, Apothecary.
Might as well have nothing better else.
And we're
Nothing
gonna
else
head.
better to do.
Hey Achilles, I'm gonna secretly bet to one of the brothers to try and convince the Ratling to ride on Vulcan's shoulder.
Wait, you're gonna do what?
I'm going to go towards the back and tell one of the brothers, I bet you can't convince the Ratling to ride on Vulcan's shoulder before we get to the Great Hall.
Okay. So, you being one of the most senior members of the Legion, it's not hard for you to convince them, so go ahead and just roll me a fellowship test plus like 30.
Please fail, please fail,
Plus
please
30?
fail, hurry.
Hold
Plus
on.
30.
Toonie, do I get the Mark 4 armor thing? Because this is fellowship with the Astartes?
Sure.
Hey,
Please
so
fail.
40.
Please fail.
Nice.
The brother looks at you, and he says, "Very well, Reclusiok."
On Emperor?
And Gums, you kind of are trailing behind, not like getting dragged behind, but you're toward the rear of this kind of procession sort of a deal. And you see a Space Marine walk up to you and try to lean down closer to you. And he kind of, he's still using his voxmeter, but you hear him say, "The apothecary says that you can ride on his back if you wish. You just had to climb up there while he stays in stride."
There goes some.
So Gums looks to the back of the apothecary. And he does the thinking emoji thing where the finger goes to his chin and he considers the idea. His weighted stomach it's making him more tired than usual, let's be real. It's 8 extra pounds. He's feeling tired.
These are the extra pounds that you're going to put on throughout the day. This is a daily thing. It's not per meal.
Oh.
So by the end of this day, you'll be a total of 8 pounds heavier.
Anyway, he's feeling heavier, and you know he's getting tired. And if the apothecary offers, then who is he to say no? So he gets his 2 comrades to lift him up and basically carry him over to the apothecary's back. In which he'll try to grab onto the power pack and try to climb on the apothecary's shoulder and sit down. Like
For
a
a diminutive form like you, it's not hard. Go ahead and roll me a acrobatics check. We'll say with a +20, because it's not hard. Because the power pack is fairly easy to climb up and hold yourself to.
+20?
Yeah, +20.
Oh,
How?
you're saying?
80?
Fade it up.
85.
You can spend a
Just
fate point
fade
if you wish to make it a success, or you can use the fate point to roll again.
I'm gonna just make a I'm gonna use the fate to I'm gonna use the fate to succeed that.
Okay, so it's a little uneasy as the strides of the Space Marine kind of throw you off for a second, but once you gain your footing, you kind of hold on to the back, and you are now firmly attached, for your sake, to the back of the Space Marine. Apothecary Vakken, while you're walking in stride, all of a sudden it feels like there's a sudden increase of weight on your power pack.
Bakken?
I don't really care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
It just seems kind of strange, but it's nothing that you can't handle. And you continue on your way. Now with a you don't know this, but now with a rattling size and weighted increase to your back.
Heavier.
Guns basically Guns basically hangs on, and he's like enjoying the ride. He doesn't have to use his legs.
All right.
He's
And
just
he's
explaining
positioning himself in a way that he's not uncomfortable.
I just want to say that Vakken is definitely now in the front, and all the Astartes in the back are laughing
Yeah.
their asses off.
Also, strangely enough, Apothecary, all your battle brothers seem to kind of just like melt away from your side as you're now leading this procession.
They're planning something, aren't they?
You don't know, apparently, according to your perception check.
I feel like they're planning something. It's like a weight in the back of my mind, but I can't just
Yeah, I would just walk up to Keith and just... Yeah, he'll go walk up to Keith. We just...
Sorry, go ahead.
We say anything about this?
He's having a hard time fighting down his own laughter after having explained to Frank that a quarter is another word for 4 parts of a whole.
What?
Exactly.
Nice.
What's a hole?
No,
What's a
no,
three?
no.
let's just... Keith just looks over to John and says, "Let's see what happens when the Primarch sees this first."
So who's ready for a rattling-sized soccer ball?
Boing, 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 boing. Was that one arcade game? I forgot the name, but it's the one we hit the ball to the thing. Pinball, yeah.
Alright, so, after about, let's say about 10 minutes of walking or riding, you guys are led to the highly ornate portion of the ship that makes up the Astartes chambers. And walking leads you to a pair of double doors that leads to what you all know and understand is a cathedral, at least within this portion of the ship. As he opens the double doors, you guys see row and row of Astarte-sized pews, all lit by candle And you see towards the front of the ship, the Primarch is lighting another candelabra that sits upon an altar. Hold on, give me one quick second, because he needs to do a perception check.
I see the rattling.
Oh boy.
I actually want him to fail this.
It'd be really hard for him to fail it, but
But it'd be really funny.
he
if
does
doesn't
notice. He motions for all of you to take seats at the front. And there are a few other Astartes who are kind of scattered throughout the chamber. As well as when he looks at you, and it's kind of hard to see if he's peering or not, but he does direct a comment towards you, Vok, and he says, "Please, Apothecary, join me up here."
The rattling still on him.
I shall, if that's what you ask of me.
Doing our
It's
best.
fine,
to comply
Apothecary.
with this.
You're not in trouble. As you join him up at the top of the altar, he steps to your side, and as soon as he does this, that weight seems to be lifted off your shoulders for some strange reason. Gums, he lifts you out of the air by one hand, and much like a puppy being lifted up by the scruff of his neck, you are now dangling in the air, one hand by the Primarch. This is all done without you being able to see it, Falcon, as he says.
Honestly, the
"You may
imagery,
go to your
the imagery
seats."
for me, the imagery for me is like he's pinching the back of his collar between his two fingers, not really like a puppy.
If he did that, he would break your neck, but he's basically lifting up by your shirt.
By the collar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
by the collar.
picking you
Collar
up
to
by your
shirt,
shirt.
yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Breaking my neck.
Because if between your fingers, he can just squish it.
I'm going to walk back down and go to my seat. As I turn around, I see a mystical rattling appear in your hands. I'm totally perplexed. I'm very perplexed, almost like a child watching his first magic trick.
Nice.
It does appear as though I have pulled a rattling from your power pack. Interesting.
Bro, we just lose it.
I almost told you I could ride on its back.
What?
Gums
So-
gives an innocent shrug.
My sons, you're more than likely familiar with the holiday known as Candelabra upon Hellenica. It was a time, I guess, before Sanguinala became a thing, where we celebrated the ending of a year by the fact that we survived another year. I have illuminated the hall. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
I whispered to somebody, I didn't know that's what it meant.
I've illuminated this hall to kind of depict that, as I kind of feel that Sanguinala is a lot like Hellenica's once Candelabra. And though I wasn't there to fight alongside the Ninth whenever he gave his life for the Emperor, I can at least empathize in some sort of way of the need for a for a holiday such as Candelabra, or excuse me, as Sanguinala, as he puts Gums down on the ground. You may go to your seat.
Gum basically. skips over to his seat.
It's a hinted at end of year festival, Tech Priest.
Oh, okay.
What was it Candlemas? Yeah, I think it was Candlemas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
God, so many fucking things in 40K.
It's okay.
In any case, you all wanted a story. This I can give you. And some of you in this chamber, as he kind of looks out at the handful of other Astartes who are walking in or who are joining the you guys. Some of you may remember this. Some of you may not. I hope to at least provide you with something that would be worthy of your time. As we all know, time is one of the most precious resources that the Imperium is running short on these days. So, as he walks back over to the last candle on the candelabra itself and lights it, let me tell you a story. 'Twas the night before, well, what you would call Sanguinala, when all through the galaxy, all the creatures are stirring, such as my fellow Primarchs and humanity. The Great Crusade was going in full swing, and victory was in the air, while the hopes and dreams rested with the Master of Mankind, who would surely take us there. The legios were marching to wars far from their home, while the visions of glory for humanity danced in their heads. And Sanguinius in his splendid battle plates, and I in my more Spartan armor, has settled in orbit to discuss who shall get the honor. With the story laid out in a way and a manner, let us turn our attention to the glory of these great planets. For the planet they orbit is where we find our beginning, and upon the great flagship is where we'll make our setting. And as he speaks these words, you can kind of feel yourselves being lulled into some sense of ease and almost perfect serenity. Your vision kind of goes blurry, and as you blink to try to gain clarity, you all find yourselves aboard a very similar battleship, but not quite this one. You find yourselves aboard the command deck of a ship that is so ancient, yet looks so new. You see the Angel, still alive, and glorious gold and crimson and blackened armor. A sight that most of you in this room could have never seen before. He is even more beautiful and resplendent than you could possibly imagine. Of course, some of you here, it seems like you're seeing him for the first time in millennia, when in fact you are. Off to his right, you see the Primarch that you know as Achilles to Hellenica, standing next to him, speaking to him as though he was standing right there. And as you guys continue to see this spectacle gain more and more clarity, you come to realize you are standing on a battleship. You are there now. What was then is now. And before you is a great icy planet where a host of warships, more than you have ever seen in your life, are in orbit above it. Welcome to the planet Donum Imperatoris, or, in Low Gothic, Gift of the Emperor. And as you see the Primarch finish his discussion with the Angel, he walks back over to you. My sons, my guardsmen, welcome to a time many millennia before what you are familiar with. Welcome to the Great Crusade. This was the last time that I have ever seen my brother, the Ninth, Sanguinius. This was the last battle that I fought next to him. I thought that we could perhaps share this memory so that you can understand what I understand about the Primarch of the Ninth.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
But why are we here? Like, aside from understanding history, of course, but I can't fully understand.
Why we're here?
Exactly.
Understanding is one of
remember.
the greatest things that humanity could have. When you understand what you are fighting for, you'll fight harder for it. This is a lesson that my father had taught me and taught many of his custodies. I want you to understand what Sanguinala means to me, or what you would understand as Sanguinala, the way that I do. This planet here is one that we are to bring into Imperial compliance. However, when this angel and I first came here, it seemed as though there was nothing wrong. Until we looked beyond the surface. It took us many months to find out the true root of the happenings here. And once we learned of it, extinguished it, and moved on, I did not learn its lessons until much later. Everything that has happened before will happen again. There is a certain lesson upon this planet that I want you all to learn. As the Primarch walks away from you and walks back to the angel, you guys are left to your own devices.
So Gums tries to sniff the air, see what sort of attractive smells he can find.
You smell
Oh no.
you smell sacred unguences of a number of tech priests who are manning the bridge, along with a few the sweat and oil of servitors. You smell much like you would of any other bridge of a warship. The number of gun
His
oils
nose-
from the Astartes
His
nearby.
nose crunches, disappointed that there's no food in the bridge.
Yes, you do not smell any food.
Okay, so John's is kind of dazed for a moment, trying to figure out how the fuck they managed to get here.
So Gums
comrade.
basically walks over to one of the crewmen and tries poking him, see if he's actually physical.
You poke him?
Of course, comes to them.
These are one of the naval crewmen, and you poke him. He winces at you. He looks at you. It's like, what? Mutant, get away from me!
What year is it?
Excuse me. It is 32 ME. Why?
Gums basically, Gums' eyes just basically glaze over. He nods his head, and he turns and walks off. This is real. And
You hear him under his breath look towards another naval crewman.
Don't mind him.
He's so weird.
So, we're in the
Rattling bait.
So I wasn't born yet.
Wait, 32
none of
at
us
me.
Because basically looks around confused. I wasn't born yet.
None of us
I-
are. Oh,
I don't
crap.
think I was either.
Alright. But let's just play along with the time period for now. Don't try to make things too weird and out.
Reclusiarch? Reclusiarch? Do you remember when Brother Kedrun fell?
I'd have to rack my internal memory for a moment, but go on.
Well, I'm wondering if he's fallen yet. It'd be interesting to see him before he was turned into a dreadnought.
Oh, yes.
You see the Primarch again step away from Sanguinius. If you're referring to Kairon, no. This is not the mode that he fell.
Well, I was wondering if he's fallen yet.
Sorry.
In a stroke of questionable intelligence, Keith walks up to Sanguinius.
Oh no. Keith. John is going to try to pull Keith back.
Yes,
No.
soldier. How may I help you?
God damn it.
Keith extends a hand. Sir, with all due respect, my name's Keith Garrett, and suffice to say, I'm just very glad to have been able to lay eyes on yourself and your brother, sir. Just wanted to shake your hand if you're okay with that, sir.
The Primarch extends his hand, looks at you with a smile, shakes your hand. If I am to understand my father's wishes, you are the future of humanity.
Is he being literal or is this a metaphor?
Keith has no idea how to react to that, but he does feel very, very proud to have been spoken to, not one by one, but 2 Primarchs in his lifetime.
Nice.
And thus, Keith releases his hand and says, "Yeah, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Vinius, sir, Lord Achilles. I'll go now." Yeah.
Steve would
Go ahead.
Steve would walk up to Keith after he walks away from his little fanboy event. You know, Keith, Super Steves are quite rare. I'm glad that you could meet 2 in your lifetime too.
Well, let's stop
to answer your question. Sanguinius actually
So Gum scratches his sideburns. What's stopping us from winning the war right now?
He was very uneasy.
I'm guessing.
Great processions.
So what I'm hearing is we're about to go onto the
Individual
planet to fight.
guardsmen and citizens of humanity.
To truly answer your question, at this point in the war,
not
in our
polite,
history, there
but
was nothing.
He basically wanted to be.
So why don't we prevent the war from happening so I can be home? Wait,
This
what
is
happens if
but a
wait,
memory.
what happens if I kill my great? Gums paws and looks at his hand, tries to count on the years. What are my ancestors? What happens if I do that? If I just kill them?
Don't strain yourself with thought, Radley. This is but a memory.
Achilles walks back over to Sanguinius. Brother, I think we should probably investigate something on the surface. There seems to be more going on than what we know about, and rather than expending pointless lives of my sons and yours, why don't we try to seek out and see what's going on first, so we can direct our attention there. Also, Pieboy, to answer your question, Sanguinius actually did not prefer great amounts of glory. It always made him feel uneasy. He actually had a great love, not admiration, but love for the individual masses of humanity and standard humans, and treated them with a measure, if not a great deal, of respect in a way. Which is why he's one of my favorite Primarchs. I truly
He's a
believe
fan favorite amongst the entire fan base. Let's not kid ourselves.
True. He's one of the Primarchs that didn't have a massive ego to fuel.
Spaceballs.
Anyway, he looks over at the group of guardsmen who are you guys, who are still trying to figure out what's going on. You lot, take my sons, Taiga, the Vulcan. Go to the planet's surface. See if you can find out what is going on here. My father believes that there is something deeper going on under this under this hive. I want you to find it.
But that is a memory. Don't you know already?
The Primarch looks back at Sanguinius as they continue their conversation.
Gums,
Did he just ignore me?
Gums, this is a memory. He's gonna have to keep along within the timeline. I presume. I don't know.
Gums basically holds his head and tries not to lose his mind.
Easy, Gums. Easy, Gums. Just
I
smile
would
and
imagine.
nod, Gums. Smile and nod.
But okay, fucking Skipper.
I would imagine that if the Primarch told us, that would spoil the lesson.
Well, anyway, let's go see if what.
I think you don't understand that the hardest part of this is going to be navigating our way to get down.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also
great.
figuring out what the heck we're gonna be using too.
Oh. I do have a question for you two Space Marines, but what were you two up to at this time? I'm very curious.
I'm gonna walk off to find Karen.
Ecclesiarch, don't leave me.
Sure
No,
gonna
the
have
guardsmen.
that.
No, they're gonna ask me questions.
There goes
Do
the
we-
fourth wall.
Do we follow them? Because I don't think we.
I think
this-
they're trying to avoid my question, so just let them be for now.
That's
Tiger walks
that's
off.
a high.
Tiger walks off, and
Assumption
Bakken is
made.
left with you guys.
Vakken chases after him from where I presume.
No, I just said, why are you leaving me, Ecclesiarch?
Oh, okay.
The look of betrayal in his eyes hidden behind his helmet.
Well,
The beginning steps to chaos.
M32, right? M32. I'm trying to remember. It's been a very, very long time.
Press X
And
and out.
even-
Go ahead
even
and
with-
roll a intelligence check if you really want to remember.
And with even perfect memory, I still can take a toll on what the mind can remember.
Press X it out.
M32, you were just an apothecary. Tiger was just a chaplain, promoted amongst the ranks. And more so than that, this is not the battle that Kairon actually gets entombed in a dreadnought. This is approximately about, from this battle, it was about 30 years. God, I can't remember fucking shit. This is about 30 years before Kairon got entombed. And this battle, not to spoil everything, but is this before the recap incident? Do you have a recording for that, fucking?
I do not, but it definitely would have been as the recap didn't happen until far after the Horse Heresy.
I will tell you this, that this is approximately, this is 270 years. Let's see, hold on. I need to do some quick calculations. You guys continue on as I continue doing this.
So, want to kind of walk and talk on the way to the armory? Because I get the feeling we may not have as much time as we like to think.
I mean, do you want to walk in silence? I can.
Are
walk
we
in silence.
already armed with anything, Achilles, or
As you look at, as you take stock for yourselves, your weapons and everything that you guys would have normally are with you. You can have the entire armory that you guys would have went to the biologist with.
Arsenal, not armory.
That too.
Anyway,
That's a different. There's a difference.
well, as we walk and try to find our way, I have to think about this. During this period, I would have not been of the rank I currently am, but as a member of a legion and a squadron. I had take some time to remember what squads we were called. But we really didn't get into much of the action.
What's it called? The
usually
Apothecary Squad?
I'm going to ignore the mutants and continue on.
Wait, hold on. Was it called the Apothecary Squad?
I am going to ignore the mutant, and the man I get a feeling is slightly insane.
I mean,
That hurts.
obviously, the most important question is: was his armor clean at this point in time?
very important one.
In fact, actually, this would have been towards the earlier part of his. Yeah. Okay. So this is this is approximately about 170 years before the Emperor entombed your Primarch in stasis.
Yeah, I would have been totally clean.
Just a few steps here and there.
Wait, guys.
Well, I know for sure during this period, me and the Primarch didn't share our certain issues we hold prevalent today. In fact, I did not see him much at all. He was quite withheld from the lower ranks with his various duties throughout the Crusade. While I was more of a backline support.
Were you
In
always
only...
allergic to decaf?
Recaf.
What? Recaf.
Recaf. Yeah.
What's a decaf?
Speaking
I don't
of which,
Oh no.
well, if the Primarch wants me to learn a lesson from this, I think it would be in the best mind I go back into I was before.
Oh no.
Let me think where I keep the recap at.
Jeez. I do not want to know how many gallons of recap this man will go through in a single night.
Well, he did mention something.
As you start attempting to find recap, fucking, you hear a voice in your head. There is no recap in this memory. Fucking.
This is upsetting.
What's upsetting?
I don't know.
Daddy issues yet.
Anybody ever seen Spaceballs? Use a Schwartz
boy.
voice, but it says there's no
Spaceball.
recap.
Oh, what a world! What a world!
By the way, apothecary, the apothecary. Do you happen to remember the layout of this ship at all?
Give
Based
me a
upon your
minute.
intelligence roll, yeah.
They did have us, or they were very adamant, surprisingly, to Astartes know all the vessels they were present on, and they drilled it into my brain non-stop. So, in fact, yes, let me lead the way.
Hey, thank you.
The flagship during the Great Crusade for the Ramadan Legion was known as the Hoplon. And
The what?
The Hoplon, as named after the ancient Greek shields of hoplites.
Okay.
It was also a Gloriana class battleship. There are theories around the ship in present day that the Emperor's Endowment is actually the same ship, repurposed thrice over. Once by the Imperial Navy, and then repurposed again for the Primarch's uses, following leading up to the Orbita Crusade. But there has been no substantiation for that.
Oh, do watch the, do be careful. I do remember an issue we had with the ship. The Astartes firing range really didn't have that well built of a wall between it and this hallway. So do be careful with bolter shells. Do be careful with bolter shells flying through. I remember we had about 15 squads worth of casualties almost from this before we noticed.
15 squads.
Yes.
Here's the thing, Keith. You expect this, Astartes, especially at this time, to really care about the guardsmen.
Oh, right.
Well, it was usually menial workers or servitors.
Okay, that's a little bit more understandable. I was wondering if you meant 15 squads of Space Marines. Hey.
No, we actually tend to make this hallway a sort of game.
Of
Let's
course
continue
you would.
on.
That's fucked up.
So Tiger, it's not hard.
Shot.
It's not hard to see your old friend Kayron, or find your old friend Kayron, as you head back to the, I guess we'll call it a ready room. As you head to the ready room and you see Kayron getting ready to lead a squad down to the planet, or trying to assemble a squad for the planet. You're not really too sure what he's doing at the time. It's kind of interesting to see your old friend in his still mortal coil, in a way. His long black hair and olive tan skin, typical of that of the Hellenicans that were pulled up to become Astartes within the Legion. As he's, addressing his squad, he turns around. Tiger! Oh, my old friend, how's it going?
Charon, my brother, good to see you. It feels like it's been millennia.
Ah, it's been only a few days, but I haven't seen you on the ship. It's damn fucking big.
Yes, only a few days.
What does our father have for us today? Are we going to make war upon this planet?
Yes, I believe we are just about to go down to the planet. I see you are preparing your squad.
Yes! I need to kill many of these fucking reprobates.
Yes, our squads will compare numbers after the fighting is over, and we'll discuss it over a bottle of Hellenic wine.
You know where the stash is.
How would I ever forget?
Good. He bangs his shield on, or he bangs his spear upon the bulkhead or the deck. Excuse me. Well then, what is our enemy?
What was the enemy today, Gilly?
I think it's unknown.
So, is this going to be a question for in character or depends?
I'm asking if I would know what the enemy is in character.
Do you remember what your father told you at the command deck?
You mean
Investigation.
It'll be more recall. So it's like I will be kind since it's Sanguinala. A intelligence roll of plus 20, please.
Hey, thanks, Dad. Intelligence check.
Still fails.
Is it an intelligence check?
Yes, intelligence check plus 20.
I'm gonna fade that so you can be nice.
Make sure you mark that.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, Tiger, after you have just kind of like hyped up Charon for this glorious battle, you remember that your father's told you that you're investigating. You don't know what the enemy is. He doesn't know what the enemy is. Sanguinius doesn't know what the enemy is, and yet somehow the Emperor has decided that this planet needs to be pulled into Imperial compliance, even though it seems like it's Imperial compliance, but something else seems to be wrong. Your job is to investigate and find out what you're engaging.
I can hear Charon's shoulders slumping from here.
We don't know just yet what the enemy is, brother. That is what we are here to find out.
So, who then are we engaging?
Currently, is unknown. The Emperor has decided that we should bring this planet into Imperial compliance, even though we're not sure what it is being held back from compliance with.
I see. Stand down,
Sure when the
my
enemy
brothers.
faces itself. I'm sure when the enemy faces itself, Charon, we will be, covered in blood and gore as we slice through their lines.
Indeed, Tiger. Well then, I guess there is nothing left to do than to congratulate you upon being elevated to the status of a chaplain.
Yes, it is. I'm glad to be leading my brothers
User
to
was
stop
moved
what
to
has
your channel.
happened in the years past.
Indeed, yes. Well then, we shall wait here until we are called.
I'm gonna nod at him and say, farewell, brother.
Farewell, Tiger.
And I'm gonna walk out the door, but before I fully go, I'm gonna turn back and look at him one more time before I leave.
He
dang
turns
it,
back
sorry
slowly
about
to his squad and begins conversing with him once more. It's warming to see him once more walk the earth in a mortal coil. Makes you feel good.
Yeah.
So, Vulcan, where are you taking the guardsmen?
I am taking the guardsmen towards the hangar bay.
All right. It doesn't take you long. little under 5 minutes. And we're going to retcon everything and say that Killjoy is also there, as she has joined us today. She had just got her computer. She just got her computer back on.
Just say that the Primarch just accidentally remembered that she exists somehow.
As she walks into the room, into the Great Hall, she gets pulled into the memory as well. She's just wandering around. She's just wandering around the ship aimlessly, and then all of a sudden, just poof! She gets transported into a time period that is, let's see, if this is ME42, ME32, you're 10,000 years in the past now.
Oh.
See,
Congratulations.
We're already young. Let's make me infantile.
Not even infantile. You're beyond even a thought.
Yeah, your great grandparents didn't even exist yet.
I actually cannot answer that, Pieboy. It's not stuttering on my side. I have full bars and everything. 60 FPS. Excuse me. I have 2 dropped frames across the entirety of an hour and 36 minutes. Yeah, okay. So, Killjoy, you are in a memory of the Primarchs, as he is telling you guys a story of what this period of time, or this time of the year, which in present time is known as Sanguinala, is a honoring of a Primarch's. One, it was the honoring of a Primarch's sacrifice to the Imperium by sacrificing his own life for the Emperor, to which now the Imperium celebrates it yearly as a chance to remember great sacrifices made for the Imperium, as well as great deeds for the Imperium. The Primarch Achilles II Hellenica was asleep during this time, and never got to see essentially what was his brother ever give that sacrifice. So he doesn't understand this time of year, and when it was explained to him, he was convinced that he should tell a story. His way of telling a story is to basically tell it, but then pull you guys into the memory using his own abilities, and you guys get to basically learn a lesson from his, more or less.
Oh no!
But you're in a time period 10,000 years before the present. So,
Wait, I have a very serious question now.
Yeah.
Does that mean that all the actions that we do now was technically happened in the past?
Maybe. You don't know.
Very
I have
intriguing.
Actually, no, I can't.
In other
answer
words,
that
be
question,
careful
never
what you
mind.
do.
Yeah, be careful what you do.
I was about to ask, what happens if I shoot myself?
It's gonna hurt. That's what's gonna happen.
I wonder. Looks down barrel of gun.
So, you all step out into the hangar bay of this great warship. Now, it was already impressive in ME42. What is now even more impressive? Throngs of Imperial Army Auxilia are in this hangar bay, preparing great aircraft and aerospace craft, that many that you have never seen before. The Primarch already seemed to enjoy the idea of the Stormbird, and at this time period, you understand, or you can see that even more so, as the Stormbird is a still commonly produced aerospace craft in modern day times. And you see a number of them lining the hangar bay, as well as a number of fighter craft and bombers that have never been, haven't been seen in 7,000 years. As you guys step out, you see a number of Imperial Auxilia Navy walk up to you. My Lord Apothecary, your craft is ready, and there is already a pilot aboard. It has been spooled up. You are clear to leave whenever you're ready. Meanwhile, as you guys are stepping further into the hangar bay, Tiger, you also step out into the hangar bay, and you see the group of guardsmen that you have been serving with for some time now, as well as your, I guess, present day closest friend, the apothecary Vakken.
Brother Vakken, are they done with their questions? Oh yeah, I think he went AFK. I'm gonna assume that's
Yeah,
a
he
yes.
did.
AFK? Shit, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna assume that's a yes, and let's hop on.
Yeah, it's
Just
fine.
pretend to be Vulcan.
Oh yeah, totally. They've stopped asking questions. Woo.
Recap.
Recap does no longer doesn't exist in said memory.
Yeah, he's trying to get recap, but he can't.
This is Achilles' memory, so whenever he tries to go for it, it just disappears in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Primarch doesn't remember recap being on or off the planet. He doesn't remember that. So I can try to. Damn. Fuck. So you guys board the aircraft. Another Astartes who is piloting the craft is there. Chaplain, where do you wish to go?
Take us down to the planet.
Yeah, right, pie boy. Very well, Chaplain. The craft lifts up and gets fired out of the hangar bay, and the trip down to the planet is smooth. This craft has not seen the wear and tear of 1, 2, 3, 4, of essentially what is 10 millennia pass by it. As it heads down, what unfolds before all of you is truly a sight to behold. A frozen wasteland of a planet, but within it, a sprawling metropolis of a hive. Beautiful to the eye. Shining, gleaming stainless steel structures pierce through the white of the planet's snowy atmosphere and snowy exterior. Great glass or glass-like domes shine their reflective sides against the rising of the sun. It's one of the few very beautiful jewels that you suddenly remember in your own memory, Tiger. Give me an intelligence check minus 15. Okay. And the sad thing is, you feel a pang of sadness for some unknown reason. As you guys make your landing within one of the domes, the sudden chill that was kind of piercing through the armored sides of the aerospace craft, suddenly go away and was replaced by warmth. This is a completely enclosed dome from the outside. The pilot turns to you, Tiger. My lord, should I stay here?
Keep the engine spooled up just in case you need anything.
Very well. He clicks a few buttons as the loading doors hit the deck. We'll stay here then.
If you come under fire, do not be afraid to reposition the aircraft.
Yes, my boy. I did. So, by the way, if you guys do recognize this is Microtech from Star Citizen. But it was the best version of a sci-fi city that looks similar to a hive city that I could find on a snowy background.
No, that's fine.
He says.
We can consider it kind of an in-progress hive city.
No,
Soon to be
it's
released.
well, you guys will learn more as you explore.
Fair enough.
Here's Wonderworld.
Here's Wonderwall.
So I guess we all leave the aircraft onto a snowy deck, or is it an actual deck?
No. As you guys walk out, you see a sprawling metropolis within each dome. As you look out of the dome, you see piercing spires that seem to cut through the blizzard-like exterior. You can kind of hear the sound of wind outside, but you don't feel anything because you are too protected.
So under my feet is
The sound of
actual floor.
wind. Oh, sorry.
Is a metal-like latticed floor.
Oh, okay.
At the sound of wind, Keith kind of reflexively tightens up some of his clothing, like his sleeves, area around his neck.
Yeah, Gums basically rolls his pants and sleeves down. And tries
Alright.
to adjust to the cold, kind of rubs his hairy palms.
It's not. I mean, it's not super cold in here, but you are a little bit closer to the outside atmosphere than, like, let's say something in the center of the spire.
Alright, squad, Space Breed's sister. This is supposed to be an investigation mission.
Wait, what?
So
Gums,
let's
it's just a
not
story, just
kill
realized she
anyone
exists.
until after things go wrong.
John looks at Frank.
This
My
moment,
friend.
Emmy will find the closest snow pile and jump in it.
My friends, you are from the 40th millennium.
That looks fine.
We might show you how we do things in the 30th.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna rack a bolter.
You rack a bolt within your bolter.
If you're
But that seems like something we do every...
For the most part, it seems like the masses of people that are just beyond this dome, or just beyond the hangar area, are going about their business, seemingly unfazed by your presence.
just keep an eye out, and if something shoots at you, shoot back.
Emmy, roll for cold. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Roll for toughness. Fails. Alright, now you have the flu.
I have hypothermia.
I was more wondering how she's going to pick herself up out of the snow.
Yeah, that's true.
She is in power armor.
I mean, power armor
I
also
am.
comes with a hand strength.
Drunk.
Keith walks over and helps her up. She needs it.
I don't appreciate that.
Use the turtle maneuver where you roll around till you get on your front.
Takes another 10 minutes.
Call Lottie, ask for a Trojan.
That's a little much.
We call for Vilites so we can get eyes on the objective first.
No, don't you get it? You need to vault over the vehicle to get it to flip. Armor
Oh, yeah,
style.
that's true.
Can we use the rhino?
So
and
what are
just
we here to
bulldoze it?
investigate? Can we investigate the food? I think the food is suspicious. Can we investigate the food?
Gums, if you go to any food when we're on a mission, I swear to God, I am going to shoot you in the leg.
So Gums sniffs the air.
Hey, Sister of Battle, I don't know when
smell,
you came here, but
uh,
if Gums
a-
eats anything, flame him.
Oh, wait. Give me a perception check, Gums. With your heightened senses.
Come on, get 100.
God, you guys want each other to fail.
I mean,
what can we say?
Gums is always thinking about food. We need him to stop thinking about food.
Gums, your heightened senses, you can smell the jet wash from the Stormbird. You can smell
I
the gun
didn't hear
oil
that. That was a
of
car
your,
outside.
of your comrades.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You smell the jet wash of the Stormbird. You can smell the gun oils of the plethora of weapons around you. You can smell a couple of different chemicals coming off of the apothecary, but also you smell the plasma-based exhaust of something within the deeper the hive. You can smell some food in there mixed in with it, as well as throngs of humanity.
So I do smell food.
Something that could be smelling food. That may smell like food.
Okay,
At least
so,
cooked
okay,
food.
so Gums points towards the direction. So I think we have to go in this direction. And he kind of wags his finger and he kind of goes towards it.
All right, you start walking towards it.
Yeah.
You see a couple of hobos cooking a rat.
There we are.
Gums feels instant regrets and tries to find his way back to the group.
You find your way back to the group. They are still there. Emmy is still trying to make a snow angel.
That's trying she is.
The strange thing about her snow angel is it seems to have a sword.
It's a holy snow angel of war.
Battle angel.
What is that?
It's a snow battle angel.
Exactly.
What is that? Gums basically jumps on the snow and tries poking it.
It ain't drugs, I can tell you that much.
Can I stop him from doing that? Because that's rude.
I'm gonna.
You can probably do the same thing that the Primarch did and just pick him up by the scruff of his collar.
Yeah. Don't mess with the sister's snow angel. It's rude.
What? What?
Reminds me of a story I heard from my dad once a while back.
Gums basically picks up a handful of snow in his hand. Gums has never experienced snow in his lifetime, and he starts sniffing it. Then gives
it doesn't
it a
have
lick.
much of a scent, strangely enough.
He gives it a lick.
It tastes like water.
So he takes a handful and basically shoves it in his mouth.
It tastes like cold water.
Very cold water.
Mutant. Mutant, I'm talking to you.
Gums was too lost in his snow adventures. This is the first time he's experienced anything like it.
Mutant!
Gums, the apothecary's talking to you. Keith nudges Gums.
He looks up.
Apothecary's talking to you.
He looks to the apothecary.
Be careful with your actions and don't walk off. During this time, mutants weren't as accepted, even if you could have called them accepted in the 40th millennium. I do not want to dismay the Primarch by losing an asset, even how miserable that asset is. And I'm gonna point to the sister.
Monster scariness whenever
I'm
you
gonna-
couldn't pronounce it.
I'm gonna point at the sister battle as well, and you as well.
So Gums looks at the
Your
snow
kind
again.
wasn't often here, nor possibly not even present during this period. Be careful, they might take you from an armed assailant, and during this period, they shoot before they know what they're shooting at.
One moment,
So
please.
Gums kind of looks at the snow. He takes a handful and he tries to smear it over the apothecary's blood. No, he doesn't have blood on him, does he?
No, he's
Yes.
clean. As you look at Apothecary Balkan and you look at Tiger, they are slightly different than their usual selves. The Apothecary Balkan looks like he is wearing brand new armor, as does the chaplain, or excuse me, Reclusiarch, who is right now wearing the garb of a chaplain, somebody of a lower ranking status than he is.
Oh yes, thank you for reminding me, brother. But the Sister of Battle does not exist in this era. So if anybody asks, I don't know, call yourself a serf or something, whatever you wish.
I'm not gonna lie, that was what my Imperium
call
knowledge
her a
roll was for.
guardsman. She's tall enough. She's just call her.
Keith Garrett, what you understand is Sisters of Battle did not exist in any form prior to the 40th millennia, or 39th millennia. Is it 39th? I can't remember.
It's the Age of Apostasy when they came about.
I don't remember if that was ME 40 or ME 39, but one of the two. In any case, there was no form of their existence prior to that. So during the Great Crusade, somebody who would be wearing the garb of someone of Emmy Fowl's stature would likely either be a battle serf to the Legio or somebody of a trusted station within the Imperial Guard Auxilia. Somebody of fairly high-ranking status.
Imperial Army, I think.
Yes, it would be the Auxilia to the Legio.
Yeah, Keith looks over to the sister, what he said. Yeah.
Okay.
Onward, to figure out, see if anybody wants to shoot at us.
And if you see any being with a pictogram, a drawing, or seems to show a slight edge of interest in you, just ignore them and do not talk to them. Those damn remembrancers are annoying.
Uh-huh. Anyway,
But
Keith
everything's
kinda
interesting to
brushes off he kind of brushes off the snow. Tempting to get into it, Gums, but at the same time, probably not a good time. John, Frank, you too.
What?
Let's snowball fight. More doing job.
I was
We're on
just
the
throwing
clock,
one.
sadly.
Actually, hold on. Johnny makes another
What?
snowball and just like holds it into with them as they move on. Don't worry, the snowball can do wonders.
Like melt in your hand.
You want to sit? Might get a trigger.
Where did the guardsman find a slice of pie?
Good shit.
I don't know.
It's got like a nutty crust, and then like a sweet interior.
Frank, for you in
And
the
it just
nutshell.
melts in your fucking mouth,
I
like
also want to say,
God.
guys, this is also canon.
It's like Slanesh sucked your dick.
I'm
What?
sorry.
Right? What? Frank?
Rex bolt pistol, I mean what?
Right.
So,
What?
John walks up to Frank and knocks the pie out of his hands.
Falls onto the snow.
It's snowy. You can pick it
Oh
up
wait, it's on the
again.
snow. I can pick it up again. Hey!
He gets it out of his
Slightly-
hand again.
It's slightly
He
more.
gets it out of
more
his
wet.
hand again.
Slightly
His
cold.
out of his hand
that's
again,
fine.
and then
It's
hit.
still good pie.
What? It's still good.
John
I
hits it
mean-
out of his hand again and stomps on it this time.
Oh, that's just.
I was going
Oh.
to say that in the spirit of Sanguinala, maybe you could let him have the pie until we receive contact, but...
Gums makes a snowball and he tosses it at Mason's head. You bully.
Reclusiarch,
Roll for ballistics, please.
Reclusiarch, did the Primarch ever say which squad of guardsmen we had to do this with?
Do you see another squad we can replace him with?
I would be glad and happy to go back into orbit and find, even if I had to travel light years away, to find some members of Geno 2 Chiliad who could actually do their job.
Hey, I'm trying
John
to
Mason.
get people.
John Mason, a snowball flies straight towards your head and smacks you in the mouth.
Maybe
We
by
have
the
a-
time you're done...
Frank, you can eat pie once we get done with our mission here.
I want to eat pie now.
You can wait.
Keith,
Frank.
why me? Why are you dragging me?
Keith,
I'm
roll
trying to
a,
get things going.
Keith, roll a strength check, please.
Coming up.
John, roll an opposed strength check.
Can I fade that, please?
Holy shit!
No.
both of you. Okay,
Oh.
so this goes to whoever has the higher strength score, which I believe is...
I have 48.
John.
Yeah, that's John.
Yeah, John.
I got 35.
Okay, so Keith, you get a hold of John, but he like struggles against you, and after like a couple of seconds of you like trying to go back and forth with each other, he pulls out of your grasp.
Trying
Okay,
to
the
get
reason I was
things-
trying to drag it because you're the one that stomped on the pie. I mean, I don't care
No,
who.
Steve, that's not how babies are made. Calm down.
Reclusiarch, I'm just gonna go walking further into the compound and just begin.
John follows
Yeah,
Vodkin.
As I just start stomping off.
John
No,
follows.
yeah, that's fair.
I'm gonna hope they follow and go with Vulcan.
Yeah.
I mean, John's
I
gonna
think
go
we're-
with Vodkin because he was trying to get shit done.
Yeah, Gums follows munching a piece of snow.
Keith just starts
Guns.
wrangling everybody.
Still tastes
Come
like
on,
water.
let's go.
Gums gonna be the most hydrated one of this entire campaign.
Yep.
Roll
He's
for
the
have to
most
pee.
fed.
For what?
Oh.
roll to have what?
After every half hour, he has to stop to take a pee break.
What is that, a toughness check?
He discovers that he can write his name in the snow.
Oh!
He wonders if
Wait.
yellow
Oh,
snow
no.
tastes different.
No, don't mention that to Gums. He will.
Oh no, no.
Yellow snow tastes like it must taste like lemons.
Oh, stop! It's disgusting.
What's a lemon? Gums eats the
Oh, really?
Ah!
Who told him to do that?
Someone throw a snowball made of black snow in his face. Let's keep going.
Ooh, okay, moving
So now that
on.
you guys have investigated the snow, did you find any threats to the Imperium in it?
Only in time
I
wasted.
found that it
sir.
tastes like water. And he,
All right, so before
With all
we
due
get,
respect, Sergeant,
before
snow
we
can
go-
be.
Go ahead.
With all due respect, Sergeant, snow can provide some benefits, i.e., blinding the enemy for a
Pills
brief
provides
moment.
water. I can never go thirsty now. Munches on another snow.
Before we go further into the dome, let's go ahead and take our first break for the night, and be back here at 6:35 EST.
10-minute break, y'all. Set your timers.
I'm
Alright, chat, welcome back. Let's get back to what we were talking about. So, the lot of you had just begun to enter the remainder of the dome. Before you outstretches an entire city under the protection of some sort of transparent material that keeps the outside out, and a very comfortable interior in. There is some snow on the ground, likely probably brought in from the outside to be kept in to keep the, maybe should we say, decor of the entire city intact. But you see ground cars moving to and from, throngs of people going shopping, all sorts of stuff. Outwardly, seems to be a perfectly natural city. Human, advanced, most definitely, but nothing out of the ordinary. What would you guys like to do?
This looks almost boring.
Don't tempt fate.
Where's the nearest human? Besides the rascals beside me.
Nearest guardsman or nearest
Nearest
human of the planet?
Human mortal being of the planet.
Of the planet? There are a couple people. Gums had already investigated a pair of hobos cooking a rat on an open fire.
Yep.
Alright. Can I see those hobos?
Yes.
I'm going to walk menacingly toward those hobos.
Oh.
Roll for
He's
intimidation.
approaching me menacingly.
Roll for a perception check, please.
Perception and intimidation.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Roll for intimidation. I forgot I told you that. Okay. You see them, and they very hurriedly grab the are fumbling with the rat on the stick over flame, and they look at you and they go, sir, can we help you?
Are you interested in eating something nicer?
I mean, sure.
These guardsmen behind me have a couple extra possible ration packs they could get their hands on, and as we're all loyal subjects of the Imperium, there's no issue with sharing. It is our duty, as subjects of the Imperium, to help each other. But just as we were to help you, I believe it would be helpful if you were to help us.
Are
Have you
you
seen
from
any-
those ships in orbit?
Yes? I am a warrior of the Emperor.
Who's the Emperor?
A man all are worthy to be subservient to.
Oh yeah.
Keith, critical success. Are you looking for something in particular, or just looking around?
Well, I mean, he's casting he's basically pulling visual security at the moment, but right now he's going back. I like to think he's going back and forth between taking in the sights and also looking for any possible ambush possibilities and such.
Okay. Outwardly, even with the critical success, you don't see anything that would really be of harm to you right now. Nobody doesn't seem to be really caring too much. It seems most of everybody here is minding their own business. You do see a couple of groups of people who look towards the gigantic fucking humans that are walking around in very heavy battle plate that seem to stand out, but they don't seem to be approaching or anything.
That's about usual. So
Vakken, the other man who's on the other side of the fire, looks at you. He goes, "Have you ever seen a man that big before?" And the other hobo goes, "No." Sorry. I don't know who this emperor is. What do you want?
Conjuring up my memory, the Primarch did say that this planet was under Imperial jurisdiction already.
No, it has not been brought into Imperial compliance. They, Sanguinius and Achilles were attempting to figure out who gets the glory of bringing this planet, which seems to be a jewel, especially, excuse me, this planet looks to be like a prize to bring into the Imperial fold. But the Emperor knew that there's something wrong here. He didn't know what, but something was wrong. While it may seem to be just a normal Imperial planet, something is amiss. And you guys were sent to investigate what that is before Sanguinius and Achilles deployed their troops en masse. Basically, Achilles had convinced Sanguinius that, between the two of them, Achilles sees it as he doesn't want to expend needless amounts of manpower just to bring a planet into Imperial compliance. Sanguinius doesn't want to lose more of his people and doesn't want to sacrifice civilian lives to a massive onslaught.
Copy. What was the last thing they said again?
They don't know who this emperor is, and you heard them talking back and forth about how huge of a human you are.
Okay.
In other words, I think we're the first contact group here.
Yep, first contact. That's really fine.
Yeah, it seems that Achilles just kind of
we're in trouble.
Right. The Emperor is a man I serve, and in the future you may all end up serving. He is a kind man, and one who knows only the correct path to take.
In short, Emperor knows best.
Yes. That food you're eating there, under Imperial occupation and Imperial guidance, it would make it more than just a simple snack. You would receive meals beyond your furthest knowledge.
Roll for persuasion. Wait, is persuasion a skill? Hold on.
Persuasion?
Charm. It might be charm.
Charm, yeah.
Yeah, roll charm.
A big man isn't really that charming. With a bolter in hand.
And a saw blade on his arm.
I don't understand. If you have food, we'll take that. But yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, before I give it to you, I do have some questions because I am a questioning man. The Imperium is always seeking further guidance, knowledge. How would you say your life here is on this planet?
He looks at his box behind him, as you see his box behind him. I mean, it could be better. But
I see.
I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I live in a box, sir.
Right. Obviously, to keep a place like this going, there's other people besides you who live in a box. Do you know anything about them?
Keith walks up to the men that the apothecary is talking to. I think what my rather large compatriot here is trying to ask is, do you have any idea where to find the hive leadership, basically? Like, it's the nearest
hive?
Sorry.
I mean,
near city leadership.
Sure, they live in the central spire there, and they point. If you peer out of the dome, you see this. You see many spires of towers shooting up into the atmosphere. You see one that gleams in the sunlight as the rising sun crests over the mountains, and it goes higher than all the rest. Much higher. They live
Sounds
there.
about right.
How
They got
armed are
nice. What was that?
How armed are they?
I don't know about the leadership themselves, but they have plenty of gods and such. I mean, they're important
they carry?
people.
The gods, what do they carry?
I mean, they have lasers. They have blades. They have guns of many different types.
Sounds about
I
normal.
don't go there. No. We don't go there. Not at all.
Are there any officials near the transit points? Like, is there a tunnel?
Oh, I mean,
to get closer towards it?
the city has many gods, who patrol regularly. I don't really go much. Well, me and my friend here don't really go much past our belongings. We don't have much, but we wish to keep it.
Yeah, no,
Is
that's
there
fair.
anything preventing you from going into the spires?
I don't know.
You don't get around much, do you?
No, sir.
Fair enough.
I'm
Keith
gonna
looks to the
call-
apothecary. Think we should just start walking towards the spires?
The other
Give
guy
him
looks
your
to
rations.
the other guy looks to his friend. Hey, ask him if where they're from. Sirs, where are you guys from, if we may ask? Coming so armed, and he looks at Vakin and Tiger. Armored?
Keith looks up at the ship they came from. Yeah, this is about the best I can give you, but he points out.
I'm from around the corner.
Wow.
You haven't
Don't
seen
listen.
me.
Don't listen to the apothecary. He's trying to have a sense of humor.
No, I'm not. I'm not being a buffoon like you. We're from around the corner. We're from around here. You haven't seen me?
Corner? What? Huh?
Corners don't exist in this land.
He's like the other guy like scrambles like to the other alleyways. Like I don't know what he's talking about. I know what he doesn't know what he's talking about, but I mean we should probably ask.
We're from the ship up in the sky right now.
Okay.
Where's the
Keith
entrance you said?
Entrance to
The spire, nearest transit point.
well, the monorail system leads throughout the city. It should be able to take you to the central spire.
Alright, step 1, look for the nearest train station.
Can you point towards it?
He basically points off to the other side of the dome.
That sounds about right.
Godsman, give him your rations. We're going.
Alright. Keith hands him. Let's
Gums
see here.
holds on to his rations.
If only I had a slice of pie to hand him.
I'm gonna call out over over the radio and say
Half a week's
ask
rations.
someone about their religion.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna call out over the radio and ask or suggest saying that maybe we should ask one of them about their religion. Because if they're
Yeah,
doing
I
something
agree.
super weird, then we kind of know where the issue is.
Yeah, fair enough.
We can
excuse-
ask a more official-looking person.
Yeah, true.
That's probably a better idea.
Yeah, stop harassing the hobo that lives in a box. Let's go.
And stop trying to screw with him, apothecary.
You know, midway through, I thought it'd be best to not let him know we came from up there.
Oh, it's not like we're not gonna have more coming from up there.
Yeah, maybe eventually. On to Grand Central.
I mean, we're
Besides, do you
obviously
think they
native
believe
to
us
this
if we
planet.
came from another planet?
I mean, look up. What would you think?
Are you asking
Anyway.
me?
No.
Okay.
Anyway, on to Grand Central.
So,
Yeah.
as you guys continue walking through, You see a number of different habitation areas, a few shops that you guys pass by here and there. Why don't you all give me a perception check? There is no modifier to this.
Oh, crap. We're in trouble.
Everyone?
Everyone. Holy shit,
mark.
Walken.
Oh.
Nice roll.
Fucking with the eyes. Jesus
Alright,
Christ.
let's see if I can remember this.
But heightened question mark.
You can add heightened senses if you want. It may,
doesn't
it
need
may
heightened
change what
senses.
you're actually recognizing.
Can I add
What
it
you're
No
to
really
mine?
gonna need it.
modifiers?
There are no modifiers now.
Natural one that Vulcan's rolled this session.
Oof.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
Buckin
is.
is on point with his rolls
I
today.
do believe Vakken is cheating.
Blind.
Buckin, why did you hack the... Why did you hack the...
It's okay. In the next week, his car is gonna break down. Someone's gonna leave him. And,
Yeah,
gonna
but
get stuck in a
Buckin...
predicament.
He's either using all of his luck or he's hacking. One of those two.
I think I just used my luck with that first crit success.
Alright,
I-
so... the rest of you really kind of see... Okay, let's see. Keith... John... Marcus... Frank... Killjoy, holy shit.
Yeah.
He just rolled really high.
Yeah. You guys really just kind of see a number of different shops, the habitations that you guys saw. It's all fairly, very high-tech looking. Nothing that you guys are unfamiliar with, being very galactically worldy people. But for an Imperial world, this is kind of interesting to see something so far in the past looking like it's, you know, sci-fi even for the modern day Imperium of ME42. However, interestingly enough, Vakken and Gums, as you guys are kind of peering across a lot of these shops, you see that in the window, a lot of them have, at least displayed in the window, an interesting shaped crystalline structure that just kind of sits there and glows in the windows.
Ooh.
And it glows with a strange iridescent orangish color.
So Gums goes towards the light, his head cocked in curiosity.
What you looking at, Gums?
I don't know yet. It looks pretty.
It looks decorative.
Right. I think it's a light bulb. Wait, what is he looking at?
Let's see if I can draw it for you. Okay. Sorry, what was your question?
No, so where is he seeing this light?
It looks like as though the crystalline structure seems to emit its own light of a strange orangish iridescent color.
Right, the light is orange, but a crystalline structure that nobody else can see.
No, it's anybody else can see it, but you and Vakken were the only ones who noticed it, as it kind of stood out.
Okay. So Gums just kind of raises his hand and points at it. Can you see it? And he starts kind of wagging his finger.
See what
Yeah,
Gums.
I see it, but I don't know what it is.
It's like a. Hold on. We will have our equipment on us, right?
It looks like the lights that from back on the ship. Yeah.
Yeah. So Gums. Yeah. So Gums will try to take his sniper rifle and just try to Gums will like unstrap his sniper rifle and try to aim through the scope.
John would immediately put his hand on the barrel and push it down to the ground.
What? I'm trying to look at it.
You realize that we're in a peaceful city and you're pulling out a gun, right? Or your sniper, right?
And for all we know, there could be people on the other side of that window.
You do, in fact, see people going in and out of the shop.
If you want to take a
Put
look,
your gun away.
Well, fine. Gum just slings back his rifle and tries to tuck it under his cloak. Well, if it's such a big deal, and let's go just look at it, I guess.
Exactly.
Gum just shrugs and just goes towards the shop.
Keith walks up with him too.
Okay. As you guys walk up to the shop to kind of, are you guys gonna like, how to say this? You guys gonna window shop, or are you guys gonna go inside?
Is the door big enough?
That is a question, isn't it?
So a lot like
Is the people
Piccolo
accepting enough? Are there any signs that says no short people allowed?
There are no signs that say no short people allowed.
Okay, I'm going in.
Okay.
Comes in.
As for Vakken and Tiger, you guys can fit inside. You just have to go at the door at a 45-degree angle.
I'm not gonna bother.
Probably a
I'll
good
let
idea.
The guardsman do their little thing.
Okay.
Frank's gonna walk in.
I'm gonna just
Frank's
tap my
looking.
foot as everything. That's it.
Frank, what are you doing?
He's going in.
All right.
He's looking around.
So those of you who go inside, you see, it's a toy shop. It's like the it's like an old-fashioned toy shop.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
I say old-fashioned, but there's like, it's toys for the era, I guess you could say.
So Gums basically resists letting his inner short child come out.
Okay. You see a number of, automaton style, excuse me, automaton style toys, Mechanicus, what may have been the thought of what a Mechanicus would have been prior to the Great Crusade, sort of a deal. Vehicles that are stylized for this planet, flying toys and things like that. It's a toy shop. The one discrepancy being this strange crystalline structure that is sitting in the window. And it glows. The light fades, then it glows. It gets brighter and dims. So it's like a pulsating light. The crystalline structure resembles a tiered pyramid using crystalline prisms. So has anybody ever seen like what a solid piece of quartz actually looks like, undamaged?
Think so.
So think of that with a tiered ring. So they all go to a point. So basically, it's a ring of these prisms of one height. Then it goes slightly higher for the next tier, slightly higher for the next tier, and then with a large tier that goes towards the center, kind of like the city actually, with having tiers of spires. And it basically emits its own light. After a few minutes for you guys walking around, the the shopkeep walks up. Well, hello there, strangers. How may I help you?
Just passing through at the moment, sir. And frankly, we haven't actually seen a shop like this before.
Guns points at the crystalline structure. What's that?
Ah, well, you are admiring my summoning stone. At least that's what they call them around here. Everyone has one.
Yeah, what?
A summoning
I'm sorry,
stone.
could you say that again, real fast?
It's a summoning stone. It summons a good aura for the owner. This aura provides us with a measure of good luck. I like to put it in the window because it offers my shop good luck in its sales.
So Gums walks towards the crystal thingy, and he kind of, I can't even say bends down because he's short enough to look at it eye to eye, isn't he?
Probably.
Yeah, so he kind of walks up to it and just kind of rubs a finger along it. It looks neat.
It doesn't feel hot, doesn't feel cold. It doesn't seem to really react to your presence at all. I appreciate it. Everyone here in the city has one. the brighter it shines, obviously the more goodwill and luck that one may have.
How you get one?
If you head to the Central Spire, the Central Spire government will actually provide you with one. Everyone in the city has one.
I see.
And how does this luck works? Does it give you food? Or does it give you
It just
food?
provides you with a measure of good luck. Good things tend to happen for those who own them.
There were no glow crystal thingies by the people with the boxes. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Some choose to display those openly, for those who are proud of their achievements and goodwill, so to speak, or good fortune, as it is. Others choose to hide theirs if they perhaps fallen on hard times.
Does it have
I'm
anything to
surprised
do
that
with
you do
any
not
sort
have
of
one.
culture, some sort of religion?
Where do you come from, strangers?
We're new, suffice to say.
The way it
We're from
works,
Sector 5.
to answer your
It's a place
question,
you haven't heard of.
small one, is if you do good deeds, good things happen for you. Your stone gets brighter. If you perhaps prey upon the less fortunate, if you perhaps spread ill will for others, your stone dims and bad things happen. It's a lot like karma of the ancient human ways.
How much do they cost? How much the stone, the crystal?
It is free, provided by
It's free.
any inhabitants of the city.
I'm gonna
Inhabitants of the city.
look through the window to see what's taking them so long.
You see them having a conversation with a portly, middle-aged man.
I'm about to tap on the glass to let them know it's time to go, but then I think about it as a second decision. I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, Keith,
John is still
before
outside.
Before Gums can say anything else, Keith just kind of nods. Thanks a lot for your help, sir. But we should probably be going. Again, thank you very much for your time. And have a
good fortune to all of you.
Have a good one.
Good for Gum waves and leaves the store.
Yeah.
That was cool. I think you should get all crystal thingies.
What the hell are you talking about?
Once the door's closed, Keith speaks up. It's heresy. It's all frickin' heresy.
Everything is heresy.
How can you
Why
tell?
are you saying this?
Before we get trigger happy, we should probably investigate this further and make sure it's actually like.
Well, he said
not people just being more than people being just slightly superstitious and having a golden crystal.
I mean, he said that.
See if
He said
there's
the Central
if
Spire.
there's psychers
So let's go to
involved
Central
or
Spire.
the people of the Spire are trying to mind control or whatever weirdness is going on.
Why don't they
I
mind
have no
control
idea
the
what you're talking
people
about.
in the boxes.
People, time out. Simply put, the structure thing handed out by the people in the government. Supposedly it sort of amplifies good decisions and brotherhood towards fellow man. Why does that leave a bad taste in my mouth? I apologize. On the other hand, if you do bad things, it takes away from you. Good things bring good luck, bad things bring bad luck, that kind of thing.
But does it really do that? They
I
could
don't
just say
freaking
it
know.
does that,
Of
and then
course
people
it
believe
does
that.
not. It does not, as there's no such thing as the superstition.
Gums just rolls his eyes. You're all just acting kind of mean. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so, I
look
mean,
up
it could
myself.
just be a harmless, weird tradition that they need to get rid of eventually, or it
Yeah.
could be some massive problem that's hiding beneath the surface.
Gums.
That's what we're here to figure out.
Gums just kind of goes off to the Central Spire. I mean, come on, it's like, what? We're not even born yet. It can't be that bad.
Follow the
Anyway.
rabbit before he does something stupid.
Already
Hey.
on it, apothecary.
It can't be that bad. We're not born yet.
Apothecary, Ecclesiarch. I have a question, but how active is Chaos at this time? Because, well, I know that deal with
Roll an
Chaos and it
intelligence
costs.
check. Plus 20.
By the way, are you guys still in the shop or did you move out?
they're outside now.
No, yeah, we got the shop. Gums is going to the central
Keith and
spire.
Gums are on their way to the tram station or whatever it is.
Alright, just, I was occupied for a second. What'd you say?
Roll an intelligence check plus 20. Vakin, you too.
I am.
Okay. Vakin, you're still kind of taken aback to the fact that you're reliving essentially a memory that's not yours yet. You remember almost everything about it. Tiger, you think about it for a second. Chaos, as in the organized chaos of the Chaos Gods that you guys know about, hasn't yet existed yet. At least not the massive armies of Chaos Space Marines and cultists and stuff like that. However, you remember a discussion that the Primarch had with you, along with other members of the chaplaincy, about a lesson that your Primarch had been taught by the Emperor of Mankind regarding chaos, and that it doesn't always have to exist in very set in stone ways that is familiar. He told you of a story of whenever the Emperor brought Terra and unified Terra, that a lot of the techno warlords would worship a particular god that they would call God, that would bestow them with great favor, and that over time, to garner this favor, more occult methods would need to be had. So perhaps having everybody pray to them during a particularly long winter would allow them to survive the winter. Next year would, a simple sacrifice would suffice. Then the sacrifice of a newborn child and its infantile heart would suffice, and they would become more and more occult in order to garner, the same favor or more favor to be able to get an edge up. So, chaos may not always exist in the very understandable ways that you guys have been fighting the 41st millennia, or 42nd millennia. But during this time, chaos still existed, and it has always existed, just not in the ways that are always familiar.
Right. Alright, so I tell them that chaos, as you had fought them on Cadia, no, they do not exist. However, since the days of Terra or the Age of Strife, chaos has, or before even the Unification Wars, chaos has always been around, and it can take many forms. We are here to make sure that in any of its forms it has not taken hold of the city and to be brought under the Greater Imperium.
So, what's your opinion on the situation with the stones?
What, the stones that glow?
Exactly.
Could be something. It could be just psychic potential. It could have some bearings on chaos. Who knows? If it is of a topic of interest, then we will figure out soon enough. But currently, if the greater planet is of the Imperium, then that is our first step. We should not worry about these random stones.
I understand. However, I feel like at least just learning about it could help us figure out the bigger picture.
Then why not buy one?
Do I hear this conversation?
Sure. I assume that you all are still near each other.
There's a reason, Godsman, that not everyone knows everything. Although the Imperium believes in wisdom, there is one thing as such as knowing too much.
And in this case, y'all didn't hear us when they said that they hand these out at the city center free of charge. So we can just go get one from there.
I thought
Aren't
that's
you
why we
already
were
on our
going to
way?
Aspire.
Okay, good. Somebody was listening.
Yeah, that's why Gums is on his way.
Then let's go, because we're going in the same direction anyway.
I figured we were walking on.
Yeah, we've been
We were
walking.
talking and walking. Okay.
Walking on sunshine.
Okay.
With Gums
To
on
be-
a leash, or at least as close to one as I can manage.
You tie a rope to the rattling. Seems
Waist.
to pull
The
you.
waist.
Yeah, Gums just sniffs his way to the central spire like a bloodhound.
Bloodhound. Nice.
All right. So, as you guys make your way to the edge of the dome, you see a large-ish style structure that seems to have a queue of people waiting at it. As you guys stay there, you hear people talking about, their particular successes, and a few of them talk about their failures. All seem to be kind of centered around the idea of good karma, bad karma, good luck, bad luck.
So, okay.
Entire
So they're
hive
all
built on luck.
queued to what the receptionist. Like how much
I'm
people are queued? How much people are queued?
Oh, I mean, there's probably about 30, 35 people here.
Okay, so Gums is gonna like throw on his cloak and try to sneak past with a short stature.
I'm just gonna
With a
walk
rope
past.
around his waist, towing behind him another human being.
I'll
You
take
know,
a minus.
Primarch,
I'll take a minus for it.
Second.
a story of magic stones is awfully cliche, isn't it?
I didn't even know.
It matters.
No. I just based this off of something else that I read as a child. The question would be: are the stones magic, or is it the belief in them is magic?
So the
Achilles,
oak stones.
please. I was actually being in character.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally apologize, Tootie.
It's something I'd remember from old Pictcasts over the metaweb, noosphere, and all that. Hope I'm
By
not
the way, does this
interrupting
mean
anything for all of you.
Does this mean Hituni's in the dreamscape now too?
As she walks into the... So, referring back to the present day, you guys are suddenly pulled out of the story that you guys were reliving. And the soft but measured patter of healed feet.
Sorry to interrupt you,
yeah.
but anybody remembers Gunslinger? Call of Perez Gunslinger?
Yeah, what about it?
This the storytelling in that.
Oh, yeah.
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 So, you guys hear the measured footfalls of the Inquisitor Hetunia as she walks into the Grand Chamber of the Astartes. Inquisitor, welcome.
Hello, may I take a seat?
By all means. I was regaling my sons and our guardsmen here on a tale from our past.
I was getting bored watching from my own room, so I decided to come in and actually drop up by.
I assure you, it'll be far more enjoyable if you can partake.
Sure thing. She goes and takes a seat near the guardsman.
Well then.
And just like that?
Gums at this point just looks around confused and why he's back in present time.
Well then. As I was saying, before all of you is a somewhat open and wide open structure with openings that are shielded on either side. Throngs of people continue to queue up in lines. There are about 35 humans, along with you lot. And you guys are transported back there once more, this time with Inquisitor Hituni by your side.
Being transported into this, she looks towards her hands, both sides, around her hips. She still sees her equipment on her, so she nods. Says, "So, as I take it,
Everything-
strange stones."
Strange stones,
Yeah.
crystalline structures
Keith-
that resemble.
Keith kind of
these
gets her
spades.
brought up to speed as they do the line thing, I think.
As you guys are waiting there,
No, I'm not waiting. I would like to throw on my cloak and try to sneak past everybody.
roll me a stop check.
I want to skip this line. Can I get a bonus for the cloak or?
Yeah, you can add a plus 20 for the cloak. You still
It's
have to dodge
chameleons,
people,
I
so.
think, so.
Frank, you don't notice shit.
Ah!
You notice that in your hands is another pie.
Yes.
Nice.
All right, Gums with a 7 degrees of success. Holy shit! You are at the front of the line. Before you is a massive magnetized rail, or massive in comparison to your size, but a large magnetized rail that runs in the center of this area, and in a wide open expanse between the deck that you're standing upon and another deck on the opposite side that is suspended by what seems to be large metal struts that dip underneath, allowing an opening between the rail itself and the deck that you're standing on.
So it's like, okay, so it's like a station then.
Yes, it resembles some sort of a rail station upon other planets.
Okay.
On either side is a force shielded or void shielded of some sort, or some sort of electromagnetic shielding that keeps the outside atmosphere out and the internal of the area at a comfortable, livable temperature.
Okay. So
As you're
Gum
standing
says-
there, you hear a hum that goes across the rails, and with an amazing amount of speed and a large monorail train rushes into the station and stops with the opening of doors just before you.
And
Throngs of
Gums
people
hops-
exit from one side,
Oh.
and the line that you're in pushes you into the monorail train itself.
First one in. That's all I care.
We're gonna try to, at least I am, gonna try to squeeze my way in
User
as
in your
well.
channel timed out.
You have to squeeze your way in at a 45-degree angle along with you, Tiger. Oh, Hituni just disconnected.
Oh, dang it.
It's okay. She dropped connection, so she should be back here soon. Nonetheless,
User entered your channel.
and there she is.
There we are.
Welcome back.
Hey-oh.
And I mean, with 35 people, this train can easily fit you. Though for the Space Marines, you are in a little bit of a tight fit. But
how's this train holding them?
It holds them. I mean, it's able to hold way more weight than just them.
Okay.
Nonetheless, they're tightly packed in here, and they are now getting a lot of strange glances their way. It seems like every single time that they meet the glance of another person, they quickly look the other direction, trying to not garner attention for themselves, as the very scary giants are sitting on the train.
Quick question.
Can the
would
chairs
guns,
fit them?
No, the chairs cannot fit them.
Would guns
Oh, boy.
sit in the back of the train?
Since you're the first one on, you're getting pushed on board, but you could probably easily kind of make your way to a position that you want to be in.
I want a window seat.
Okay. You can kind of stand on the seat to see out the window.
Yeah.
But remember, you're wearing a chameleon line cloak, so nobody can see you there. So they may just sit on you.
I'm gonna pull like the hood off so someone can at least see the back of my head.
It's a floating
And
head.
You can't miss a blue bandana.
I gotta do a roll real quick.
Oh boy.
Rolls perception, feels perception, while he sits on gums.
Okay. Doesn't seem anything right now, so that's okay. Alright. So, you standing there, with your body difficult to make out, but your head clear as day, peering out the window. The train stays in the station for about 5 or 6 minutes. The doors close, and the train begins to pick up speed very quickly. As you guys exit the dome and towards the outer outskirts of the city at very, very fast speeds, likely 2, maybe 3, maybe 350 kilometers an hour. This monorail is traveling at speed. You see just how large this city is, and the exterior of it is massive. And if you can peer out over the windows, you can see that parts of the city, maybe large portions of the city, are actually encompassed underground. That the portion that's just above the ground is probably just the upper half, as though a iceberg sticking out of the water. And as you guys are darting around the outskirts of the city, you see the large central spire and other domed portions of it that are covered. As the as the train begins to turn on the rail towards the inner part of the city, you start seeing spires reaching up into the skies, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of feet into the air. The large central spire is likely 10 miles up into the sky. This is a marvel of even 30K engineering.
Wow.
And speaks highly of this civilization's technological abilities. Suddenly,
You know, I've never heard of a place like this. Any of you have a feeling that something very bad happened here?
This city is one of many of the marvels that we have experienced in the Great Crusade. Though the Forge Worlds are, in my opinion, much, much more impressive, this is one of the ones that I remember quite fondly. Though, I do not want to spoil the ending.
It was merely a question to all the others.
Fair enough.
Well, Inquisitor, something bad tends to happen wherever we go anyways, so...
I think you're just a bit pessimistic. Everything will be alright. I think we'll have some good luck.
Well, we'll see what happens when we get there.
As the train begins to slow down, and you guys see, and all of you can see you're approaching another station towards the central part of the city. There's scrolling text in a low Gothic dialect that most of you can kind of make out. Loosely translates into Central City Station. Do you guys disembark?
Comes to indeed disembarks.
Alright.
Yes.
The rest of the throngs of people seem to clear out mostly. There's a few left on the train as other people start boarding from the other side of the queue. As you guys step out, you are yet again found in a portion of the city that is kept out from the harsh exterior of the planet, yet comfortable in here. large
Is
towering
this
spires just reach up into the daylight sky, as well as, of course, the all-impressive central spire that reaches far up into the atmosphere. What would you like to do?
So Gums, upon seeing a central spire, will waddle our way towards it.
You waddle your way towards it. It is not hard to make your way, as though the central spire almost acts like a beacon, so to speak.
It's a landmark.
Yes, in fact, it is indeed a landmark that all of you guys can make your way through.
And admittedly, Keith's getting a little worried as they get closer to it, considering they're not. Keith is from Cadia, and he's not used to all this happiness.
Gums is used to buildings everything being torn on him, so he has no problem.
Yeah.
All of you that are walking, roll me a perception check.
Heightened question mark.
You can do heightened.
May I do awareness?
You
Yes,
can do awareness
finally.
if you wish.
So close.
Alright,
Hey, Junie, I'm the same with you. There's you.
cool. Gums, Vulcan, and Keith and Frank. As you guys are kind of just passively trying to take this all in, you hear exchanges between people, and everything seems to be gleeful in a way. Nothing. The only thing that seems to be out of the norm is the fact that people are happy. People are talking about their successes in particular trade agreements. People that seem to be of the more scientific expanse seem to be happy with their advancements that they have made. You hear about people talking about success in almost everything that they're doing. At least in this portion of the city, they do. The thing that seems to be out of the norm is the fact that success is not hard to be had. If people talk about helping the poor or helping their fellow man, and so long as they're doing this, they seem to be successful.
Well, Gums being from the 42nd millennium would be very how do I say, hooked on this cell at the moment, this happy memory. So he waddles faster.
It seems to be very easy to get caught up in the goodwill. The typical greeting or the typical salutation for people is "good fortune be upon you," and other than the fact that people are happy here, there doesn't seem to be a lot out of place. As you guys reach the central spire, multiple large double doors stretch out before a grand staircase that leads up to the base of the spire. Do you guys wish to go in?
Yeah. Gums indeed waddles in.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
These doors seem to be large enough to have the Space Marines comfortably enter. And as you guys enter, large, perfectly waxed marble floors stretch out for what seems to be
User in your
hundreds
channel
of feet
timed
in every
out.
direction. A large circular desk with multiple people attending to it.
User entered your channel.
Fills the center of the spire, along with pillars that seem to hold up the the ceiling itself. Off to the sides, you see elevators that seem to go all the way up to the top of the spire, or at least you could probably infer that that's what they do. And this is to your either left or right. It is grandiose. It is extravagant. And it's actually pretty impressive.
So Gums takes it all in, and is there a desk inside?
There's a large circular desk with multiple attendants at the center of this.
And Gums waddles over to the desk.
Gums waddles over to the desk. The attendants don't seem to notice you at first. You're still wearing your chameleon coat.
He hops up. He tries to grab onto the top and tries to pull himself up, so they only see his face.
Roll me a strength check because you're now holding up your weight, and I want to see how long you can hold your weight there.
Would it perhaps be an athletics check?
Or you can do an athletic check. You can roll an athletics. I'll give you another roll with athletics. Oh!
Those extra 8
Gums
pounds really
is
hit
dummy
you.
thick.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to eat
So
snow.
you grab onto the ledge of the desk, hoist your way up, and then fall back down.
Oh.
But this is enough for the attendant to notice you.
Gums, you should really lay off your rations.
Oh my god.
I have fast metabolism.
And he's so fat.
Why, hello there, small one.
It was like a.
Hello. I came to ask about the crystal thing, the good luck thingy.
Ah, yes, the summoning stone.
The summoning stone.
Are you indeed a resident of this city? If you do, please present your residential papers or identicard.
Hello, ma'am. We aren't actually residents of the city. However, we are from another city-state, and we wish to know more about your region.
Oh, well, this particular city, upon this planet, we issue the summoning stones to every resident, in hopes that they will do goodwill for the common man.
Maybe see one.
Oh, certainly. And she kind of she goes under the desk and then presents one. It takes both her hands to kind of fully hold this stone, but essentially it looks as though a small representation of the city itself, made of a quartz-like structure stone. Again, the quartz crystals seem to ring in multiple tiers that go upward, with a large central spire.
So why
This
can't
particular
people
stone
outside see
does
it
not
one?
glow. It is a clear stone that is not glowing.
Bad
The
luck.
others we saw on the way were glowing. What's the difference?
Yes. When once issued to a citizen, it will glow based upon their amount of goodwill that they put out into the greater common men. Of course, this one is currently inert because it is not attuned to any one person.
Why can't you be outside? Why can you not be an outsider and use the summoning stone?
I assume that an outsider could if they are, but we tend to try to only keep them to our citizens.
But why?
I'm sure that the other city-states
Probably a
would
supply
have
issue,
their own
Gums.
stones as well. It is a common occurrence upon this planet.
I may have made a little bit of an understatement when I said from another city-state. It's not, in fact, a city-state. We're
It
from...
came from the ship in the orbit.
Nope.
Ah,
To give a little bit more
newcomers to the
explanation.
planet. Well, I welcome you.
We are from the Imperium of Man.
Imperium of Man. I don't know that world.
Presumably, we're from the original homeworld of humans.
Terra? My god. Welcome. Very much welcome, of course. Fortune find you well.
Terra would be
if
the planet.
So if
Some
we
of us are
ask
from
for-
around the place, however. Very spread out now that we've gained some I suppose, unity with humanity at this point.
Well, it's far be it for me to make the decision for our entire world, but I'm sure that our leaders would be more than happy to talk to you.
Then may you show us the way to that of your governance.
Of course. You may need to wait, of course. They have many important meetings, but the elevators over to your left or right could take you up to the top of the spire. The
What's
most
the max
top level,
carrying
of course.
capacity of the elevators anyway?
Sorry, what?
What? Is there a max carrying capacity labeled on the elevators?
Oh!
Oh.
You
The weight
Goms
limit
can
is
go in
likely
one.
way too much. I'd rather not.
Yeah.
You two may
probably
need
But can
to
Goms go in and
ride separately.
I think you guys got like some kind of industrial elevator or something, like for moving real
never
big
seen a
cargo.
human so
emergency
large.
stairs?
Wait, you're telling me I
Emergency
can't bring my
stairs.
Vanquisher cannon on board? Damn.
Tries to bring Vanquisher cannon, can't figure out a way to actually make it fit inside the elevator.
You have a manual way to the top.
We're gonna climb the side like you did on that one.
No. But I'm sure the elevators could hold one of you.
Do you think it's because there's not enough cabling, or is it because of usual space taken up by people?
Both?
Sounds about right.
Our
usually they put a lot
elevators
more in
don't actually use a cable suspension. They use a form of magnetic levitation, similar to the technology that's used for a monorail system. My only concern would be that the elevators wouldn't actually lift up. But they do carry quite a bit of weight. I just... I don't mean to sound unkind, but I just don't know if they would hold both their weights combined. No offense meant, of course. Sirs or ma'ams, I don't actually know what you want underneath there.
You could probably
Oh,
fit the
trust me.
rattling with the apothecary. You want to go first?
Too much cake.
Why don't you introduce yourselves? I'll introduce myself. I'm Inquisitor Hatuni.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, madam.
They call me Gums.
Keith, how you doing?
I am
So
Don
s-
Mason.
Pleasure to meet you, John.
All these individuals you see before you are, of course, part of the Imperial... She pauses a moment. The Imperial Army.
Pure army. Rest assured, we do not mean you any harm. As he puts up his hands.
We don't either.
He puts up his hands as though he's like, I'm unarmed.
Oh, we're not meaning any harm.
Of course. I am attendant Jeremiah, and I am very lowly on the totem pole. I am very unimportant. He's
Don't worry, we're not here for a hostile takeover.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're still successful.
Oh, I'm very successful in what I do, yes. I merely just help the day-to-day citizens with getting through the bureaucracy, of course. Such as yourselves, I'm sure if you head straight up to the top of the spire, our leadership would be more than happy to meet you.
Before I go, can I ask one question?
Of course.
So, I'm not from this planet as per se, but can I still get one of the summoning stones?
Unfortunately, my friend, that they are merely reserved for those of the citizenry.
What if I become a citizen?
I'm going to
resident
pull
of
the
the city?
rattling into the elevator.
Gums, I would suspect it would take far too long.
Gums raise a finger to silence Mason.
Gums, no. It's most likely going to take far too long for you to become
Gums waves his hand at Mason.
He takes his hand and just kind of tosses it off to the side.
And I put the rattling into the elevator and we're gonna blow up.
As a token of good
With a
faith
rope around his
of,
waist.
A hopefully
come
fruitful
on. I
relationship.
want some good luck.
Maybe perhaps have one as a token.
That is not my decision to make, however, madam.
Might need to talk to the people up top, ma'am.
I strongly recommend it.
I'm sure that they would be more than glad that you took initiative to show your great people to this new.
I'm sure if you helped us,
Inquisitor
your
Hituni,
strength's
if you
gonna
would
grow.
please roll me a charm check.
Will
do.
Let the lady do the talking.
Playing into your strengths again, Essie?
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
As you should.
Well, I'm not supposed to do this, but, I guess we could have one? I don't know how it will attune to you, though. Without an ident card, it wouldn't really do much. He slides you the already sitting on the counter, stone. It's heavy, and it's big, and you're
How
basically
big?
carrying it around with two hands.
How big is it?
It's about this. If you cup your hands together, it's about an inch over each side.
Emmy wants to keep.
Okay.
Do you require me to carry it, Inquisitor?
No, I've got this. She
But I
reaches
don't want it
towards her
long.
side, brushing away her coat somewhat, and starts to empty out rather shifts some stuff around in a bag off to one side so that she can essentially make room to place it inside.
Okay. As soon as you put it in your bag and you put your bag back on your your pack on your back.
It's more a side bag.
Oh, okay. It pulls you to one side, noticeably.
Can
you
I get one too?
You can. I mean, you can obviously pull back on it in a way, but it's noticeably heavier. This.
If I were to be swinging it around, it'll definitely throw me off balance just a bit.
Yes. This stone easily weighs about 40 pounds.
All right.
Yeah.
And they're, at the very least, they're sturdy, right? She asked.
Yeah, they're solid crystals.
Good, because I really hope it doesn't break if I fall or anything.
I have never seen one broken.
I hope not to see one broken.
Takes
They're
that
actually
as a
rather
challenge.
beautiful.
Indeed. And he pulls up his, which is glowing quite brightly. It pulsates, not rapidly, but whenever it does light up, it lights up very brightly.
Ow.
I wanted some good luck too.
So, shall we be off?
He takes the stone, puts it back under his desk.
Do you want me to go first? Make sure it's safe up there.
I'll go first with the rattling.
I'm going in the first group. We don't have to worry about whether it's safe or not.
There are about 6
I'm sure they
elevators
don't
on
mean
either side of this.
Oh.
I'm just gonna get in one.
Good idea.
Tony's gonna get in one alone.
Okay.
Gums just dejectedly just joins
Are
the
you
garden.
Inquisitor, are you sure you want to be all alone?
She presses the button and it closes the elevator.
The door closes in your face.
Sounds about right.
Beep.
Alright.
Everyone get in an elevator.
Just offering protection.
Can I roll perception to see if it has music and if said music is good?
Sure.
The fucking elevator
Roll me a
music.
perception check with a plus 40.
Roll for
So
perception.
plus 60 because I get my plus 20.
I
do
know.
Yay.
Rolls 100.
Can we roll perception? Oh shit.
How is the music, brother?
Dun, 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 dun,
This is the
dun,
worst
dun,
songs I've
dun.
heard in
It's
my
a little
existence.
Oh god, it's off tune.
I look at wherever it's
Helios,
coming
please
from.
don't ever do karaoke.
Can we break it?
I purposely made that bad. The music is not like symphonic, but it's not bad.
Music.
It's
It is not
sorry.
music. Let me just put it this way: it is not music.
Is
Oh,
yes.
Lord. For
It
the
doesn't-
for the full experience, I'm just gonna zoom in really far, and I'm just gonna slowly raise my camera just up the spire.
Okay.
Some good.
Gotta get them cinematic shots.
Christmas
So-
on bits.
As you guys are riding the elevators up, the elevators actually go to the outside of the spire. And as you're seeing, they're riding in basically magnetic levitation tubes that reveal the expanse of the exterior of the planet, which is, of course, mountainous and Arctic in many ways. The city itself sparkles like a jewel in the now risen sun. It is probably about 10 a.m. in the morning, local Terra time. And the city is beautiful in many different ways. As you guys start coming to a stop at the top of the spire, you can see for 10 miles all the way around you. And what is revealed is the city sprawls out and has parts of it that pop up at areas that seem to be flat enough terrain to have the spires come out of the ground. You can probably infer that the majority of the city lies underground, and you have yet to actually visit that. As your doors open, yet again, you see a expansive room that goes out for probably about a couple hundred feet in every direction. You being at one portion of that, and a long table that stretches out to one of the many panoramic windowed walls of this room, with 7 people sitting at the head of the table. 3 on either side, and 1 sitting at the head of the table. They are robed in blue and white robes, and are discussing things that you cannot make out from this distance.
So I can read their lips.
Do you have that ability?
That's an ability?
It's a talent.
It is a talent.
Really?
Oh.
It's a talent in Dark Heresy.
Today I learned. And no, I don't have the talent.
Okay. Make a... Would you say, Batuni, would that be perception or awareness? Or something different?
Perception. Awareness is more for when
knowing what's going on.
You are previously not aware of something.
Yeah. Okay. Perception check with a minus 30 because you have no idea how to read lips. Watermelon, 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 watermelon.
I think they're talking about food.
Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Sorry, I had to.
Police, 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 police.
You know, Steve, sometimes I think I'm the most sane person in the room.
You probably are.
Yeah,
So I think they're talking about watermelons, police, and buffalo. I think it has something to do with the policeman of food.
Are there any security guards on this floor?
Roll me an awareness check with a plus 25. Nah, do a plus 30. The room is pretty expansive and wide open.
I am doing so as well. Oh, yeah.
Cool. Yes, there are about a little over a dozen guards or guard-esque individuals that line the room on either side. As you kind of look around, there are 4 probably near you right now.
I would expect at least 6 considering firepower.
You don't know what weapons they're carrying.
Fair point.
/ me walks in.
I'd just assume that they're all carrying Volkite carbines, right?
You don't
But do we know what's a Volkite carbine?
Could all be railguns. So, The Inquisitor is going to find one of these guards and attempt to query. Hello, do you know where your governance offices are?
The guard does not seem to acknowledge your presence, continues to look forward, unmoving.
Is he wearing a full face visor?
Wait a minute. Are we in a basically?
Is he awake?
You're in the top room, or the top floor of this spire.
So
didn't you say there were people in robes in the middle of the floor?
Keith walks up to the Inquisitor, kind of nudges her, points at the robes. I think we're in there, ma'am.
Well, I guess that.
Gums kind of pokes the guard's leg, trying to see if he's awake.
Gums, don't antagonize them.
Why am I always getting in trouble?
Because you're the one that causes all the trouble.
That's a lie.
You can't ask why you always get in trouble and then go poking some random dude in the leg.
Gums, first you antagonize one of the churches, and then you go ahead and do that. No, let's not cause...
Wait. Isn't this before that?
No, this is after all that shenanigans.
Oh. It's still after that. You still see the Emperor's Prayer in your left eye. Or right eye. Is it right eye?
Left.
Left.
I didn't do anything. They started.
Oh, you did everything. So...
No, they started.
Gums, let it go.
The Inquisitor is going to go and approach the group in the center of the room.
She gets to
try to look as official as possible as she does.
Gums, as you start walking away, he trips you.
Oh, don't bully him.
And I get
him. Ha ha ha.
As you like quickly take a look back, he is unmoved.
Keith helps Gums up.
I approve of this guy.
That's what happens when you do stuff.
What happens when you are an idiot?
Gums just looks dejectedly at the guard.
Don't worry, buddy.
Shakes an angry fist at him and walks off.
Killjoy is the most sympathetic Adeptus Sororitas in the entire Imperium.
Yep.
Oh. Am I not supposed to be that?
Oh, you're fine. No, this is amazing.
Yeah, you're the only person who hasn't actively bullied Gums yet.
No.
I mean, you deserve it 9 out of 10 times.
He's
Gums,
just
you have
mentally impaired. He's fine.
Fixing the Steve.
Fine.
Fixing the Steve. Fixing the Steve indeed.
Little child.
Fixing the Steve indeed.
Yeah, he's like
Fixing
a
the
mentally
Steve.
impaired child. He's fine. He's just doesn't
Jesus
know.
Christ.
Moving on.
So, after a couple minutes, you guys finally reach the end of the table, where these people are talking. They are talking about trade with the other cities, with the other hive cities, as you guys would refer to them. They refer to them as city-states, and the successes of local technologies and advancements that they have made. As soon as you guys get close enough, they take notice of your presence. Ah, visitors. How may we help you?
How old does this guy look?
Roll me a perception check. Plus 20.
Roll perception to realize the Gandalf beard.
No, I mean to see how accurate she can probably guess within his age. Yeah, he's probably about like maybe 57, 60. You know, upper 50s, lower 60s.
Yeah,
Alright.
This is also the gentleman in the center of the table. The other ones seem to be of varying different ages, varying from like 40s and 1 degree success. I can tell you that you notice that the table seems to try to represent all ages that would have some sort of significant contribution to the society. If you had to take a gander. So the two men furthest from the guy in the center seem to be in their late 20s. The next ones will be in their 30s. The next ones will be in their 40s, with the man in the center being the oldest of all.
Interesting. Hello. I'm Inquisitor Hituni of the Imperium of Men.
We're the arbiters of this great... Excuse me. We are the arbiters of this great planet. We welcome you.
I'm afraid in my briefing I didn't quite hear the name of your planet. Could you tell me about it a bit more? Just to catch me up very quickly.
Of course. Well, I'm not sure what you guys classify as, but we refer to this planet... Excuse me. I need to find them in my notes, because I have already passed that.
Do phenomenon.
Hituni, you were monitoring the entire thing from the beginning, right?
Yep.
Okay. Donum Imperatoris is what the Imperium classifies it as. And where is that page? We refer to it as Thonian. Though I'm not sure what you would call us.
Beforehand we had called it Donum Imperatoris. However, it can be respected to go by your designation.
I see. Well, what brings you to our planet, Miss...
Call me Inquisitor for now. It's
Very
my
well, Inquisitor.
job position. Well, we have come here on part to figure out more about your world, as well as perhaps bring you into the Imperial fold. Skipping to the chase, of course, on that one.
Very well. I'm not sure what that really entitles or encompasses, but I mean, we would be more than glad to trade.
To explain what that would encompass, it would essentially revolve around you would be able to keep control of your own world. That much is a given. Complete independence in that regard. But, if I recall, by protection that the Imperium can bring, as it is an extra solar for you, governing body, there would be a tithe put in. However, what can be given is access to the rest of the Imperium, as I don't think you guys are warp capable, are you?
We have no need for traveling off-world. We seem to be able to sustain ourselves with our own planet's natural resources.
It would give you the option to anyway. But there is also protection, as
Would
there
this
are
not
many
also open
dangerous
us up
entities.
to the attack of outside threats now that since we would be now known as part of the you refer to as the Imperium, we would be open now to outside threats. People would take notice of us.
Believe me, given what's going on here, if you were found by another spacefaring empire, they probably would grind you into dust.
Have no fear that even if you were not a part of our greater Imperium, should any other Xenos race find you, they would not hesitate to slaughter you to the last.
My God, you are huge.
The Imperium's enemies are the enemies.
He didn't realize it till now.
The
You thought we were
Imperiums.
statues, probably.
He thought he must have
Sure
been like
he
a
doesn't hear
robot
that
or
often.
something.
You see one of the younger individuals walk up to you and start like not touching you but examining you more closely. How did you get so large?
Our enemies are the enemies of all mankind.
What enemies? And what enemies would these be?
Xenos.
Aliens, okay.
Creatures beyond...
One of the... this would be...
Go
You
ahead,
can hear
Crystal.
Hitsune racking her head, trying to think about Imperial history for a moment before she speaks. At the current time, I believe one of our largest threats would be of the Greenskins, the Orcs, as they're called as well. Very warlike race that would see your...
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. Hello?
I think that's
I
internet
think
just went off
Hatuni
again.
had just dropped.
As the
Stroke!
User in
Inquisitor
your channel
was
timed
most
out.
likely saying, as she thinks or ponders for a little bit, these creatures care not for what you have. They do not have enough reason to even communicate. They are there to kill, and that is their purely reason for existence.
I see. As distressing as this may be, we have found that
User entered your channel.
we're fairly capable of defending ourselves from those threats. And the planet tends to fight the majority of those threats quite easily for us.
How long will your defenses stand against billions?
Let me paint you in perspective. Look at me. Tall, strong, and covered in more armor than any one man can field. I am not enough
Normally.
to stop the greater enemies of the Imperium by myself. How many we have in those ships up there, and how many armies we have expanding our empire and defending it from the foe, you cannot hope to field even a fraction of the cost. Yet we lose more men every day that are better equipped and more well armed than you will have on your planet.
Simply put, sir, it's basically an idea of stand on your own or stand with the Imperium.
Very well. Let's say if I do accept, I guess, entry? Or membership? I'm not really sure what the classification of that is, but let's say that I do accept your offer. What is it at cost to us?
In addition
The cost to
these-
you would be a tithe. A small portion of your materials and personnel will be sent to assist the larger Imperium against larger threats. However, this leaves you under self-governance and, indeed, your own freedom.
But most important of all is loyalty to the Emperor.
And who is this man who commands us all?
He's like twice as tall as that tall guy.
They don't know that!
Are you aware of ancient Terra?
We are familiar with these stories. None of us have been there in our lifetime.
These are not myths or legends. Before your time or even mine.
Holy shit, it's snowing outside. Sorry.
Oh my god, it's a Christmas miracle!
Oh boy.
Wow, the
Yes.
window of this place is huge and there's snow falling. What's this white shit?
It's like the
I was
guy
ve-
up there says, "Holy shit, it's snowing outside."
Sorry.
Or no, even the Primarch in space says, "Holy shit!"
Everyone just realizes the whole time it's been snowing, they never noticed.
Still falls inside of the
I think the
jackal.
Primarch story got a bit over exaggerated.
Excuse me.
Chaos
Sorry.
in my head. Sorry.
As the Reclusiarch was saying,
Yes, as
Do
I
you-
was saying, these are not myths or legends. At one point in your planet's history, you were a part of the Imperium. Sadly, due to a time where warp storms were prevalent and planets were cut off from a greater Imperium, this greater empire of humanity, one and all, had lost contact with each other and fell. However, now that these have subsided and we have been able to come across the galaxy once more, led by the Emperor, the leader of our Imperium, we have been able to, with the assistance of the Legio Astartes, which he created, which I am one of his chosen to be such holder of a title, we have been able to bring humanity into one, finally, and been able to regain what has been lost all those years ago.
I see. I will not lie, my planet is quite welcoming to outsiders. We love to share our, our, shall we say, successes with those who have and have not. We love trade. As you can see, our planet is quite well built on the idea of free trade. I see no reason why we cannot just join this greater galactic community. What would be asked for us in this tithe, and how much of a, I don't want to say burden, but how much of a drain would it be on our own resources?
Likely, you won't see a pitfall. It would be less than 1% even of any one resource.
And the trade you may gain from exporting and importing from other worlds may even elevate you to a higher economic advantage than before you were paying these tithes.
Frank.
Our leaders are our leaders because they're just taller than us.
That sounds
The
orky.
almighty tallest!
That sounds orky.
I'm not sure what this man is referring to. I'm actually quite short for my age.
Don't worry about it, sir. It's Frank. He's just being Frank. That's the best way I can
don't
put it.
introduce me. I can introduce myself. Hi, I'm Frank.
I
Hello,
really
Frank.
hate that.
Don't mind the soldier who does not know his place nor his mind.
I'm sorry, my tallest. I will shut up.
Good.
You can see the Inquisitors start giggling.
From in orbit, the Primarch cocks an eyebrow, but you can't see it because he always wears a helmet.
Gums kind of fidgets as he stands.
Apologies for that.
Very well.
In the real world,
I
I
think I ate too
imagine the
much snow.
Primarch's just boy.
The groups we travel with are quite a colorful bunch.
I can see that.
Some more of a handful than others.
I can only imagine, my good sir. Very well.
Wait a second. Is this guy we're talking to at the head of the table, so he's the most important?
Yes.
My fellow alderman.
Keith's already holding Frank back. Nope.
No. Is he taller than all of his constituents?
My fellow alderman, let us vote upon this. And you see as each one of them places a hand on the table, one by one by one, until the last individual, the oldest of them all, places a hand on his table, palm downward. Very well. Then it has been decided. Thonius will join the Imperium of Man. What do you require of us?
Does that technically make me a
So-
citizen of this planet?
One of the reasons I'm here, and you will likely be seeing in the near future more skilled individuals than I in negotiation, or even any of us in this room combined, to fully go over your inclusion. The primary reason we have come here is that we have heard of a disturbance.
What sort of disturbance?
Chaplain.
No, you got this one.
You little bastard.
You wanted to explain to the man? Go right ahead.
So, there's a bit of a disturbance here of which we have been sent to investigate. And if I recall, Achilles?
Yes.
What was the reason they were sent down, exactly? Because I remember hearing something of it.
The Emperor of Mankind had ordered the Primarch Sanguinius and the Primarch Achilles to bring this city, town, no, it's a planet, bring this planet into the Imperial fold. However, there was something about this planet that did not seem right to the Emperor of Mankind. Therefore, he sent two of his most trusted sons to uncover it, rid it, and if possible, bring the planet into the Imperial fold, one way or another.
Wait, never trust you?
Okay. So, something's not quite right. The Inquisitor is going to pull out. She's going to brush her cloak to the side, pull out one of these orbs, and carefully set it onto the table. I need one explanation from you. What are these?
We refer to them as summoning stones. They seem to react to goodwill and ill will by providing the owner with a boon of luck or a boon of bad luck. Beyond that, we're not really sure.
Do you create them? Or do you receive them from somewhere?
They're mined from our deep core mines. And we bring them up. They are basically encased in large circular stones that come from the deep part of the just below the mantle, and they are given to each one of our citizens. We discovered them hundreds of years ago, and I've used them ever since. Ever since we started using them, production has increased substantially. Our technological advancement has increased substantially. All success seems to be had.
Can I get one?
Not right now, Gums. So, and I want to make this clear from our point of perspective. Do you think the rest of your city-states will also follow with joining the Imperium?
We're the capital of this world, and all the other city-states would usually fall into line. The most that we would see is probably a demand for more information and specifics. But all citizens of Thonius seem to have favor in trade and growth. This, as far as I could tell, is both. To answer your question, yes.
I'm going to be giving you a line to our ship. Oh fuck, I forgot what they were called. They were the really fucking good diplomats that always brought worlds into Imperial compliance.
Iterators. The people who gave speeches and stuff.
The propagandists, the educators.
Yeah.
Iterator. Yeah.
Oh, iterator? Yeah.
Yeah, iterators, thank you. I'm going to give you a line to the ship, in which case you can ask for one of our iterators. They will go over further everything to do with, it's an awfully... It's an awful term, but it means well, Imperial compliance.
I see. Very
In
well.
fact, if you would kindly give us a area to land to bring them in, that would be greatly appreciated. Somewhere closer to this region.
I see. Yes, the Central Spire does have landing pads, usually used for other aldermen of other city-states. You could probably use one of those.
May I have parchment or a data slate?
Well, I'm not sure what a data site is, but he produces a holographic tablet. Basically, it's like a single cylinder that then produces a holographic image, about the size of a 8x11 sheet of paper.
Ah, this'll do. Does it work by typing or does it work by
Typing.
writing?
And the holographic image produces a haptic feedback.
All right. She's going to start typing essentially the more essentially the diplomatic communications for the ship.
Okay.
For hailing it before giving it back. Thank you. Those are the codes of which you could use to hail the ship.
I see. Very well. He hands it to.
I'm not sure about
the
I'm not sure about the other capital ship we have in orbit. I only know the one I'm from.
I see.
Uh-oh.
I see. Very well. Is there anything you require of us further?
May we know where these mines are?
Yes. He walks over to one of the to like the window that's just behind him, and he points over into the distance. And much like you see on the page, you see another. It looks like another city-state or another city of some sort. Oh wait, why is it not? There you go. But you can see black plumes of smoke coming up from the bottom of it. That is just the closest mine to this spire. If you go there, land there, you can take a elevator down into the mine section.
Very well. Thank you again. I believe after this we shall head off. We do need to continue our investigation after all.
I see. Well, in that case then, and he looks to the other alderman. Good fortune be upon you.
How long would it take me to become a national citizen?
For this city state, you must be born.
He just wants one of those little crystal things. That's why he's asking, sir.
I understand.
I always get the short end of the stick.
Gums, you keep asking
Okay, so-
for things you can't have.
Hey, Gums, think of it this way. Sometimes the best luck you get is the one you make yourself.
Shut up, you're tall. You don't have to worry about things.
The Inquisitor is going to begin walking back to the elevator. Well,
Yeah,
we have another city-state to go to.
And if we don't hurry up, guys, she'll leave us behind. Let's go.
I'm gonna use a bathroom. Is there a bathroom?
Gums.
You can hold it.
Gums roll
Rolls
toughness.
away.
Gums toughness check. You fail, you pee your pants.
Let's not. He's had a bad enough day as it is.
Alright. So, you guys board the elevators, travel back down. This time you're stopped about midway through the tower as the doors open to a number of different landing pads, one that seems to just barely fit the Stormbird. As the Stormbird is about 6 times the size of any other flyer that is nearby it.
Keith looks at the Stormbird and asks, "Why do we use this for general transportation again? Didn't we use it like freaking Thunderhawks or something?"
Also, as you guys step out from the elevator, almost like there is a barrier, you immediately feel the biting cold that is this Arctic, very much so Arctic planet. The wind,
I should get my armor.
the only ones of you that seem to be kind of immune to it are the Space Marines. Oh, and Emmy, because you're also all in power armor that is hermetically sealed.
Swaggers and heating.
Shall we get some winter winter clothing before we continue on?
We'll be fine. We're not going to trudge our way through. We're going to be flying anyway.
And if nothing else, they might have some sort of snow cloaks or something at the next city anyway.
Emmy's gonna say, well, any of y'all get cold, pulls out a flamethrower.
We can put that away.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer for what you're trying to do, man, but
as the boarding area closes and you guys are once again sealed out from the outside cold. My lord, where are we going? Oh, okay.
Well, tell him that we're going to the mines that we were directed to earlier. That's just for a general, to pass up through the box.
Very well, my lord, but bear in mind the Primarchs have requested our presence aboard the flagship.
Really now?
Steve, you don't need to smack him that hard.
Alright, then if they request our presence, we should join them.
Whose exact presence did he request? All of us?
He wasn't. They weren't specific, sir. But my guess is all of you, as you're the only people to actually have stepped upon the planet, besides the Emperor.
Are you telling me you're volunteering, Bakken?
I mean, I was thinking of heading to the mines. You and me, Chaplain.
Did you hear that?
Let the person who's good at talking do the talking.
I think Father would be quite displeased if we, decided to go to some mines instead of showing up and left the guardsman to give him the report. So let's do it.
You're coming with me.
Yeah.
Very well.
Does the Stormbird have any jump packs?
No, it does not.
I don't think jump packs can reach the frickin' spaceship, dude.
No, but it can reach the mines.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're coming with me to the flagship.
It's fine.
So,
Wing said Bakken in assault pack. I mean, what?
The pilot begins to take off and go back out into orbit. You guys board back on board the flagship. Make your way to the
This is a
command deck.
relief to not be flown by Caledon, who would give us all
horrific motion
brain
sickness.
Additionally, the pilot also seems, or the flight also seems to be a lot smoother than present day Stormbirds.
Feels like I could take a nap in here if I was tired.
You barely even feel the inertia. Yeah. As you guys make your way to the command deck of the flagship, Hituni, for the first time in your life, you lay eyes upon the, I should say bespoke, more splendid, visage of the 9th Primarch, Sanguinius, the Angel.
Though she's seen him in artistic methods and other such.
Yes, but this is in the flesh.
Anyways.
She actually rather immediately
Technically, this is a
kneels
tree.
to him.
Please. I have no need for people to kneel to me. I am not worthy of that.
You humble yourself, Lord.
Indeed. Achilles. As Achilles turns around, he seems to almost step forward of you guys in a strange way. And in a tone that you haven't heard him speak in, almost like a teacher to a student. And what have you guys learned?
Don't always shoot first.
Indeed, that is a good lesson to learn.
You mean a lesson from this memory, or?
I didn't hear that, Tiger, I'm sorry.
You mean a lesson from this memory, or?
Indeed.
That crystals are cool?
Sure. I was hoping that you would have gleaned something more useful from this.
We don't need to shoot everything we see.
That is indeed a
Talking
lesson.
is quite important.
Yes.
I agree there.
And what do you make of this planet?
Still not sure about those summoning stones. I mean, if
people are happy, and I wish I could be happy like
they
people.
are bounding themselves by superstition, limiting their prosperity, saying their prosperity is based off an item which they themselves cannot explain.
Indeed. And what do you make of that, my son?
It goes against the Emperor's teaching.
What teaching would that be?
That only mankind can progress mankind forward.
Truly.
I assume the answer is.
I mean, they didn't seem to worship the stone. They seem to be happier with the stone.
It has been a lesson that the Emperor had taught me long ago. What we understand as chaos, or warp spawn, or neverborn, do not always manifest themselves in such malicious manners. What you have encountered in the present-day Imperium is not solely, should we say, relegated to only that time period. Mankind has been fighting against the forces of chaos for some time, and it does not always have to be a malignancy in the way that it manifests. As he kind of steps back into the memory, he looks towards Sanguinius. What do you think, brother? Sanguinius looks at him. I don't know. I don't want to essentially banish an entire planet to oblivion simply because they were fools to believe that in something like this. Do you think that there may be another way? Achilles looks back at Sanguinius and responds, I have no idea.
Oh, we still got to look into that mine where the crystals come from, so...
Indeed.
If
You
I
are
may.
going to go back to the planet. There is no doubt about that. But how we should proceed needs to be very careful. This planet in itself could be a great gift to the Imperium. Its ability to produce technology is astounding, to say the least. It could be a great forge, or we could essentially extinguish in a billion lives for nothing.
But, my lord,
Lord,
isn't this
if I may.
just but a memory?
Comes. Let the Inquisitor speak for a moment.
Comes breaking my immersion. Lords, I actually brought something with me from the planet.
Truly?
She reaches into her bag and pulls out the stone and carefully places it onto a table. This.
Sanguinius seems to be the most taken aback by this. Again, Achilles, never removing his helm, simply just kind of cocks his head to one side. Sanguinius begins to step forward.
State capital have one of these items. As far as I know, this one's inert, but
User disconnected from your channel.
Have been mentioned to provide good luck as a sort of, what was the old term? Karma?
What one calls karma is merely a manifestation of warp power. Luck, bad luck, karma, these are all terms for something that cannot
wake
be
up.
explained.
My lord, I do know, however, that's
User was moved to your channel.
the effect it's giving.
Of course. And Sanguinius begins to reach out his hand, and just before touching the stone, winces and recoils.
Is there something wrong, my lord?
Indeed. There seems to be... well... there's a presence living within the stone.
Huh?
Whether it be Neverborn or something else, I have no idea. But... there is something.
Maybe
Then
we
Achilles-
really
I brought it
Achilles-
back in hopes that more information could be gleaned from one of our astropaths or even other such people.
Of course. We'll send for an astropath to investigate this further. He looks back over to his brother Achilles. Achilles steps forward. Very well. And there seems to be only one option. No, brother, that is not true. Very well, Sanguinius, then what do you recommend? We need to investigate it further. Perhaps we can sever this planet's connection completely and preserve the populace. The populace mean nothing if they are more of an anchor into the Imperium than anything else. If they end up being a lodestone into the warp, then they are more of a detriment than they are a benefit. No, brother, you do not understand. Then help me understand, Sanguinius. Sanguinius then looks very pensive for a second. We need more information. Let us agree not to take action until your investigative force comes back. Very well, brother, if that is what you wish.
My lords, I have also took it upon myself to negotiate with the planetary heads while I was getting more information. They do seem very willing to join the Imperium. However, we do need to figure out what we can do about this other issue. If it is negative, even. I know you to be a practical sort, correct, Lord Achilles?
Indeed.
If we find this influence to be something of which isn't, shall I say, malignant upon the Imperium, then mayhaps we can spare the world. It is very prosperous, after all.
Sanguinius looks back at Achilles. Achilles nods. I'm sorry, I did not get your name, Sanguinius says.
I'm Hatsune. Inquisitor Hatsune.
I'm not familiar with this title, but nonetheless.
It is likely an odd title for you.
Of course. Resume your investigation. Take the squad with you. Continue to investigate. Get to the bottom of what these stones are and what they represent. If they are indeed of Wolfborn, then they need to be eliminated in any way possible. Achilles then steps forward even further and speaks up. However, if they are indeed ingrained into every soul of every being on this planet, then the final solution will need to be enacted. We will have to commit exterminatus. There is no question about it.
As far as I know, it's only the capital of which does this
Very well.
Correction
However,
on that.
I do recommend... Go ahead.
I would like to say I did hear them mentioning that it is the capital provides it, but for that city that the others may have their own, either of the same or of another form. I did hear that mentioned.
Indeed. Well, obviously my brother's already made the decision. Continue your investigation. Do whatever is necessary.
Of course, my lords. And may I be updated on the perhaps psychoactive nature of the stone that I brought up?
Of course, that will be made available to you as soon as we discover it. Sanguinius speaks up.
Thank you, my lord.
Achilles walks back over to the view screen out into out into the void. I mean, again, you can't actually see his reaction, but he seems to be somewhat frustrated with Sanguinius's nature to completely preserve life in everything that he does. Sanguinius walks back over, and you can't hear them from the distance that they're in, but seems to be trying to talk Achilles down from whatever crazy idea he has. Or should I say, whatever ultimate fate he's already resigned the planet to. And you guys are left to your own devices. However, being the time that is, I say that we should put a pause on it there.
Yeah, that would be best.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
Very well. Then, with that, let me flip it back over to the start menu page. Nope, sorry. Ah, damn it. Get that back over there. Very well. You guys all come back to sitting in the Great Hall of the Astartes with the Primarch kind of leaning against the altar, addressing all of you. It is now the next day, and that's where we'll pick up for next week.
Dang it.
Yeah,